Welcome, dirty peasants, to episode 100 of Wartwood Gazette, the Amphibia podcast. I'm your host, the Maticon, and joining me today we have Nick.
Hey, what's going on?
And Impact.
Yo, what's good, everybody?
All right, thanks guys for coming on. This week's topics, we'll talk a little bit about Matt's upcoming project. We'll talk about the AMA he did on the Amphibia subreddit, and then we're going to get into the main topic of today, which is basically the character discussion around Anne. We've saved best for last. It's been quite some time since we last did recording. I think our last one was July of 2025, and now it is April 3rd, 2026. So we are going to try and get back into the groove of things for our basically our final episode, our final recording. So it's going to be fun. Now, let's start off with, I guess, what Matt's been doing. So, creator of Amphibia, Matt Brawley, he had a couple of projects going on after Amphibia ended. You had the graphic novel Family Force 5. He also was working on a Sony film that unfortunately got canceled. And I think it was really interesting how what he had planned. It was about I think it was a Thai character who was kind of dying. Do you have cancer or something along the lines of that?
I think he just had some sort of chronic illness.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was terminal, but yeah. I think it was like a Thai fantasy film. It kind of gave me Spirited Away vibes in a way. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's like the B movie. I mean, that's like my B movie vibes meme. But yeah, I don't know. It was pretty cool. And honestly, no, I'm cutting out. I'll let you recap it though. My bad.
No, I don't remember too many of the details, but just the fact it unfortunately
It's crazy.
Got canceled in development. But just because I guess Sony Animation wasn't satisfied with Goat. It was that movie by what's his name?
Oh, Go, yeah.
It was like the basketball.
Steph Curry.
Yeah, but Steph Curry
movie.
Go.
Yeah, it's just crazy, man. Because I think okay, so just speaking from a fan perspective, I truly believe that Matt just had really strong momentum, man, after this series because not only did he get because then he got Marcy's Journal approved. That did really well. Then he got the art. Yeah, then because of that, because of that he got the art book. That did really well. Then because of that, we got the graphic novel Strange Voyage approved with really awesome fan art degree to be on it. And so there was just this really strong momentum building. Like if you were a Matt Brawley fan, you were kind of like, man, this man is not going to take any L's. Like he just wins. And then of course, the state of the industry, it did finally catch up to him. And we don't even. I think the worst part is we don't even know the name. We don't even know the name of the project. Like he said, he's not even allowed to tell us the name of that movie, which is just kind of insane to me. We at least know the concept art. Like we at least know what the main character was going to look like. We at least know what sort of characters would have made a part of it. Like we at least know a pretty decent plot synopsis. And yeah, I don't know. Like that just felt very, very right. Because also goddamn, Rebecca Sugar was going to be his co-writer. Like she was going to help him write this movie. That was when you hear that name. You get chills. Like that was going to be a really great experience. But of course, blah blah blah, stay in the industry. But then, of course, but again, Matt, he's not a quitter. Like he didn't take this setback and decide he was done with the industry after that. No, I don't know about this. Do you want to explain the circumstances around that? Do you want me to keep going?
Oh, go ahead.
I guess, yeah. I mean, I got to pull it up. I got the details. Yeah, basically just Claire Novello from Amphibia creator Matt Brawley, an animated gothic horror spin of the Nutcracker full of wintry chills and somber vibes. There's so much. I feel like if you're not paying attention to all the animation is, you're like, okay, where did this movie come from? Like, what would motivate this? And that's mainly, honestly, there's so much going on in the animation right now, but that's just really the indie scene kind of popping off right now. Really, just having a lot of momentum with a lot of different creators just getting in there, trying to make their pilots, trying to make their short films, just making anything animated. And I believe Matt, after seeing the success that something like Glitch had with Digital Circus, Guinevere, what was the other one? Yeah, I guess Murder Drones, and I think also, God, it was that 3D one of the mummy girl. I'm so sorry for not remembering that. I feel bad for the creator. I should have known that name, but yeah. So all that momentum, man, like that's what drove Matt to get involved too. And so he has his own indie show coming up. He's doing really well. 300,000 people. $300,000 have been backed to it. It's succeeded all its original goals. Like, Matt's back. This is what's going on with him. I think maybe we can post like a link to the play. Maybe we can post a link to the page, or sorry, Kickstarter later on.
Yeah, sure thing. I can include that in the thumbnail comment stuff, or the episode description thing. Yeah. But yeah, it was nuts.
Yeah, I think that's basically it.
Yeah, I think that project got like 200K in like less than 2 days.
Yeah, no, it immediately. Because if you look at it said funded in under 15 minutes, which meant it smashed past its goal in a quarter of an hour. It like I know Matt is obviously like he's not like the most. I feel like Matt, he's not, again, I didn't have doubts for it, but I didn't think it was gonna be this successful. Like I'm kind of blown away. Just like every time I check, every time I check the Kickstarter page, just man, like the amount of pledges, it just explodes every single day. It just gets higher and higher. So I'm really just happy to see him this successful, and happy to see him have a win like this. After everything that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing it when it's ready.
Yeah, because it really looks like. It looks like a show that's closer to how Matt personally draws. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like it doesn't really look like it's not. Yeah, because if I'm looking for the character designs, this is because again we've seen Matt's art before. Like this just looks like his style, man. Like this looks like his style. Like with Amphibia, like it's definitely like a more Disney, like it was more so. It definitely just looked like a Disney show from that time. But this is like pure Matt. Like this is pure Matt Brawley. Like this is not Matt Brawley for Disney. This is just what Matt Brawley would personally want to create. So I think if you're a Matt Brawley fan, this is a very exciting time right now.
Yeah, I do think the art style, it looks a lot less intentionally less polished.
Yeah.
Because for Amphibia, even though it's a swampy place, like all the character designs are very crisp and clean.
Mm.
And then compared to Car in the Below, it's it looks a lot more like Matt's regular art style.
Yeah. Which I was always happy to see him post a drawing on Twitter. So just damn, you're telling me these are gonna be we're getting just a whole animated thing that's just Matt Brawley. Yeah, I'm excited for that. Yeah. And then just seeing how he handles shapes, how he handles shadows. He loves to make it. And it looks very it does look like a comic book. I feel like he has this kind of indie comic book look to his drawings here. And actually, on Impact, I don't know if you can see all this. I'm gonna post. I'm gonna post a link to the Kickstarter so you can look for it just in case you're wondering what the hell me and them are talking about. But I'm a little
cool. I'm a little behind with the Car Below stuff. I don't have Twitter anymore, so I didn't know what the fuck was going on for most of it.
Respect. I mean, understandable. I need to get off Twitter, but I'm still addicted. But check out the link in the Discord, bro. But it's I don't know. It's exciting just looking through all this. And damn, man, and then Matt, everyone and their mom needs to watch the Kickstarter video. It's just Matt even dressed up for this shit. He was going all out.
Yeah, and basically I think basically as a thank you, he kind of went to the Amphibia the Amphibia subreddit to do a Q&A. So even though he did answer a couple questions on Car on the Below, it was mostly Amphibia focused. All the stuff he was answering. And he was answering a lot of questions. Some of them he said oh, I'll come back to this later, and I think he did. Because there were a lot of questions.
There were, Jesus, you just kind of Like this fandom, man, like it really is still alive. Like people, yeah, there's over 700. Yeah, there's over 700 comments in this thread. It's crazy. Let's see, oh yeah, he says, man, there's some juicy stuff in here. Like, yeah, he's asked, hey Matt, if you could tease Strange Voyage in 3 words, what would you say? It's like Rapunzel. Like, what does that even mean, Matt? Like, what does that mean, bro?
Yeah, that was.
I guess we'll see. What does that mean, brother?
Yeah, that was a really like. Yeah, my main takeaways from that Q&A was, yeah, one, him describing Strange Voyage as it's like Rapunzel. Two, the fact that Strange Voyage is being released like monthly, like a monthly comic, and it'll be like collected as like a paperback or trade later on. So basically, we're gonna have like every month like a different issue to talk about, which is insane. Like, like the show ended
Yeah.
4 years ago. Yeah, like 4 years ago, and we got all this content. Like the show ended in 22. Yeah, May 22, right?
Yeah, May 2022. Yeah.
And we're coming up to April 2026. We've gotten, what's on my bookshelf? We got 2 books, graphic novel, Funko Pops. I think is that a spoiler? Like, it's not spoiler. Is that a leak or was that confirmed?
I think that was a leak, but you know that's just how the fandom rolls. Keep going.
Yeah, and like, and we're getting a comic like within a year.
Yeah, it's and like, I mean, honestly, just what's crazy is that that's not supposed to happen. You know, with animated shows, you know, about networks, they're usually just like after the show ends, the networks just acts like they never even existed in the first place. So it's just been, I don't know. So yeah, so it just feels very blessed to be an Amphibia fan, to be honest.
Oh yeah, and another takeaway. Actually, before we get into like the other one, it's the other one that I saw. A lot of these comments, honestly, there's a part of me. There's a lot of these questions were not substantive. Like they weren't great questions. Some of them were questions that I feel like Matt's answered so many times over the years, but I think the
Yeah.
positive side of this means that there's still like probably like new fans coming in that don't have the same kind of knowledge that we do.
Yeah, that's true.
Something to consider too is that a lot of the stuff that you could figure this context out was probably deleted off Twitter. Like there's been so many posts that have been like purged off that it's hard to actually go backward. So you could go back to like the subreddit, for example, with like discussions, but you know, Twitter was kind of the main space the show was talked about from what I remember. So it's hard to actually go back in time and figure out like what the fandom was talking about when you have so many things just kind of either accounts or art or anything kind of purged from that website. And you can't access it unless you log into it. So that's probably why you're going to end up having repeat questions. It's not like we have like a mega list everyone has to figure out what questions Matt answered. Though that would be cool, but
So
yeah.
we do have the previous AMA that Matt did, and that was like 6 years ago. Like I think just after
That's true.
Marcy at the Gates
My
came
God.
out. So
The time.
the time, yeah, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, like I think that was, yeah, basically less than half the show had aired at the time. So there's still, I guess, lots to cover.
Yeah.
But you know, it's nice to see that there's still like this much enthusiasm around the show. Like I remember the season 1 days after season 1 aired. There was like,
It's a barren wasteland.
yeah, basically. There's like
Yeah.
there was like less than I think there was like less than 1,000 users on the subreddit, or less than 2,000, and then basically Matt was saying like, hey, if we hit this much by then, I'll do another AMA. So he was like basically trying to like
Oh yeah.
drum up. So He was trying to like make the community more active, which is like literally none of this would happen. Like Matt is a freaking machine, man. Like oh my god, we look at those photos of him like before the show like aired, and like by the time
Yeah.
like the show ended, and like people were comparing to like Obama like in and out of like the office.
My God. I mean, like, yeah, like, man. I mean, you're not even wrong. Not even wrong, man. I mean, his hair used to be brown, right? It's like I'm not. Again, I mean, I don't want to judge a man, so I don't want to judge his appearance. So yeah, but it is pretty funny. He got the salt and pepper hair after like one show.
I know, but he was just like working like
Nice.
tirelessly to give us all this like Amphibia content, which is
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like nuts.
Yeah, that's what you meant. Yeah, I'm saying that's true. I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, Matt, man, he definitely is a machine.
But like the last thing that I thought was like super interesting is that he just kind of casually mentioned that, oh, like Disney's still interested in Amphibia content. Maybe we could do some kind of thing in like the future, even though
Oh,
Strange Voyage is like the last kind of carefully considered Amphibia media he wanted to do. And I was just like, wait, what? Like that's because usually like every time like a creator answers that kind of question, like, are we gonna get more media in the future? It's usually like, oh, you never know, like anything can happen. Just tell Disney that you keep and tell Disney like usually every creator is always telling people, okay, tell like Disney or tell whatever corporation that you want more content of this show. And then in this case, someone's like, oh, we gotta get more Amphibia content, and then like more animated Amphibia content. And then Matt's just basically like, oh yeah, like Disney's still like more interested in it. We'll see. Like we'll see what it's like maybe during its like 10th anniversary. It's like, wait, what?
yeah. Yeah, but so I imagine, yeah, I imagine, yeah, Amphibia is definitely from what we knew, yeah, back when Amphibia was airing, like it was very, like I guess, yeah, the executives were very were very pleased with how well it was doing online and in streaming as well. So, but yeah, I don't know, yeah, he definitely has like Matt definitely has a lot more confidence about Amphibia and just getting additional content than I feel like than the average creator, and I guess part of that is just how successful all the additions have been, right? Like like we beg for it, we ask for it, then we end up showing up for it, and I feel like yeah, just that continuous cycle has definitely proven to Matt that like okay, like like yeah, like if I want to make Amphibia, like it'll get made.
Yeah, especially because basically Marcy's journal kind of I think before Marcy's journal came out, Matt was basically saying like, okay, if you want more Amphibia content, support like Marcy's journal, and then like everyone support Marcy's
Yeah.
journal, and then like Tokyo Pop's like, okay, we'll do like everything else now that you want, like art book,
Yeah,
sure thing, graphic novel,
yeah, that's so
okay.
crazy. Yeah, that was so crazy. And now like yeah, and they're saying yeah, they are very interested in doing a special, just doing something, and I wouldn't mind. Like I don't really mind that kind of stuff. Like obviously, like I'm always up for creators doing new things, but no, we got a hot take. No, I don't.
I was
just quickly clarify. Yeah, just to quickly clarify, I don't mean something like bring Anne back to. Like, I don't mean any of that jazz. But if you want to do something like a special episode about a character, I don't mind that. Like something that's thematic and actually purposeful. I don't mind something like that. Like there are good examples of that. But yeah, not something cheesy like a reunion and Amphibia. I don't support that.
Guys, hear me out. The Shut-In 2.
Oh, the shut. I mean, not ridiculous. It'd be very funny if you did that. Like, it would be very funny if it was just player. If it was like, oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember like what was. Oh yeah, I don't know. Just imagine like yeah, Bessie Michelangelo too. I feel like Matt. That was just the perfect time to troll some. That would be a perfect time to troll people.
Percy and Braddock's Bizarre Adventure.
Oh god. Oh god.
I mean, so to kind of throw my hat in the ring with this, so with so Amphibia has like a very clear ending point. Like the show ended, and that is it. Anne and girls' story and stuff, it is done. Okay, like so for me, I want them to be a little careful with this. Now Matt's helping out, kind of holding the wheel, right? Like it's not like Disney is just gonna, from what we can tell, Disney's not just gonna be like, yo, let's make our own thing and let's not ask Matt. So like they seem to always be in communication with him, which is good. I just hope that like it's like side quest stuff and not like again continuing the plot. Don't do that. Like just just keep it to side quest stuff, and that's all I ask. Don't try to continue the plot. All right.
But
I
then
know
what's your
Disney, is gonna, I don't know.
but then what's your take on the Strange Voyage stuff then? Because I can assume you're like on board with that.
I'm on board with that because I don't think Strange Voyage is what I mean by moving the story forward. I mean like literally trying to force Amphibia's plot and themes to continue to another season or something along those lines. I
Hmm.
feel like with Strange Voyage, you're Sprig and the rest of the frog kids. I don't know what we call them, like what their group name is. The rest of the frogs, or the amphibians, because Grime's there, um, are having their own plot line that could expand on things from the show, but it doesn't really feel like you need it. You know what I mean? It's
Hmm.
not like it's gonna introduce like something that feels season 4-y, if that makes sense. Do y'all know what I mean? Like, it doesn't feel like it's contradicting the ending of the show. But it still feels like a side thing, something you could read, and it expands on stuff from the show somewhat, but it's not contradicting it or trying to stretch out the story to a point where it doesn't need to go. Because you can explore things like, oh, Sprig, how does he feel about Anne leaving? That's cool. That's something that makes sense. I just wouldn't want to go to an angle where like we're trying to force Amphibia to move forward when it shouldn't, right? Like when it was locked into an ending, and let's not contradict it or try to like stretch it out to a point where the show loses purpose, if that makes sense.
No, like that makes complete sense. Like I think we all agree that like we want Strange Voyage to be its not its own standalone story, but like a continuation, like the start of another story for Sprig specifically
Mhm.
in that regard. Like
And I do think,
when Matt said at the end of like the series, like oh like it's about like Sprig kind of like going on his own journey without Anne. Like we are gonna see like some of
yeah,
the effect of Sprig without Anne, but like it's gonna be like kind of like his own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
yeah,
it's
because I think.
oh go ahead, Nick.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, I
Oh,
wasn't
no,
gonna
no.
have anything.
Yeah, I guess I was just gonna say, I do know. I think, I think Matt he did mention Strange Voyage was going to be its own finale of sorts, right? Like it was going to really be, it's going to be like really like the last thing you could do with the plot of Amphibia, right? Like I feel like the last bits of story you really could tell with this series, in his opinion. And I think like for me, if there was ever going to be like a 10-year anniversary special, for me, it'd really just be just I guess, yeah, I don't know. You could just, oh damn, well, I mean, 10 years after the series. I mean, and there's a 10-year time skip at the end of the series. And I'm just, I feel like, I don't know. You could just show what Amphibia, well, yeah, how Amphibia is doing after 10 years, and just show. I mean, of course, we already know. Yeah, all the girls are reunited. They're trying to be, yeah, they're gonna be in each other's lives more, with them all being adults. I don't know. I wouldn't mind just maybe like doing separate. I don't know. Maybe doing like, and this is just me spitballing. Maybe doing like sort of. I don't know. Maybe obviously, yeah. Don't bring them together. But like, yeah. Don't like no like they all reunite. None of that garbage. But for me, it's something like, like I'm sorry, like all the like I'm sorry, whoever really wants it to happen. But for me, I'm like I don't know. I feel like something like you could have like two split settings in a single special. Following the amphibians, following the girls, just like I don't know, and something that just feels like I don't know. I wish I had an example. I wish I had an example I could just point to, but you know what I mean. Just yeah, they both settings follow their own stories. That feels like thematically connected. That feels special. Like I'll take something like that. Something that just feels I don't know. I don't know if like I wish I had a physical example I could give out right now.
I'm gonna have a hot
I
take,
think if
but if they do some sort of animated special, I only want the girls featured, the trio featured in just like a cutaway gag at most.
Cutaway gag.
Like even in Strange Voyage, like if they for whatever reason, if having like one or two panels of just a cutaway gag of like Anne, Sasha, or Marcy, like not together, like in separate occasions, just like a cutaway gag of them doing like something absolutely like boring or banal. Like if that sells copies, floppies, whatever, like do it. just get just get those sales numbers in so we get more Amphibia content. Like I mean, have for Marcy's journal. Marcy's journal was the whole thing is basically like that was the perfect thing to start off with for post series content, just because it was fuel. It was like fueling the
yeah, and
fandom.
yeah, and I think if I think if for all the continuation stuff, staying in Amphibia is good because Amphibia is a more interesting setting than Earth, just to be real. Like without like robots trying to kill our characters or like Amphibia stuff on Earth. Earth is kind of like whatever. I mean, you could do like some you could do some like funny like so the thing is with the girls, right, is that they're always in the show, it's always like the dramatic beats
Mm-hmm.
they're in. They have comedy, of course. But like when the girls kind of like interact with each other, it's always like a huge moment in the show that kind of even changes the status quo as a whole, right? I would find it funny if they just did I don't know, something like kind of sitcom-y or something with the girls as adults. That would be funny. Some animated something or another. Something comedy focused would be funny. Because Sasha and Marcy are actually really funny characters. It's just that like they're always in dramatic situations. So, but I feel like you could easily do that in fan fiction and it works just as fine. But I don't know. That would be the only time I'd want to see the girls again is like comedy stuff. Not like anything like super story emotional for me. I don't know.
But it'd be like a whole different demographic though.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could argue Amphibia. I'm not talking like a live action thing. I mean, like, because Amphibia is already a comedy, right?
Yeah.
To a
Hmm.
certain extent. So you could just extend that. I guess the girls being adults is like weird for, I don't know. For like the demographic, I feel like you need to, yeah, I think you're right, Thumb. You need to change it, the demographic a little bit to make it work. I don't know. Something with them would be
That's
funny,
true.
but
I mean,
yeah.
maybe you could. I don't know. I mean, I'm spitballing ideas, man. I don't know. Maybe you could force. You could be like, I don't know. Now I'm just thinking, okay, like, what if we do Amphibia the Lost episode, and it's I don't know. It's like another planter adventure that was never. I don't know, some random planter adventure that happens. Like
So I think Matt
let's just
mentioned
say
in his Matt mentioned in his AMA, like if you had time for do more like another episode, he would make a Frobo episode.
nah. I mean,
What?
we're good.
Whoa,
I
Nick!
don't know,
Nick!
I
What?
low key
What's
agree.
wrong with
Like,
Frobo? What?
I would say, I mean, in the 10-year anniversary, I mean, I like Frobro, but I'm just saying there's other characters that have my priority. You know
for
what I mean?
real.
I mean, okay, listen up. Like, so Matt wanted to develop Frobo more before the season 2 finale. So think about it, okay? 10-year
No.
anniversary. You have like the
He had the chance, bro. It's season 3.
you
Like,
have
come on.
Yeah,
you have the
he had his
quiet
bag. He fumbled the bag, bro.
you
He
have the
fumbled.
quiet I guess character that's representing the audience, living through a typical day of these other characters that you follow. It's like you get to see like, you know, the classic Anne and the Planters scenario with like Frobo being like the audience insert. So you're getting like a glimpse, into the past. Frobo maybe is like Frobo is like recalling past memories of like the planners. Like Hop Hop is using him as like a projector to like project an episode.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
He could. He could be useful.
he could be
in a
useful.
way.
Like Hop
Yeah,
Up,
for once. Like,
like some kids want Hop Up to tell a story, but then he's like, "Oh, I gotta tend to like the avocado farm." And he's like, "Oh, wait a minute, I have Frobo, just do both. Tell this backstory while you like tend to the plants." And Frobo gets like a projector out of his butt and just like project because it's Amphibia, it has to involve
Oh,
butts.
yeah.
Just just project that onto some random wall, and then um,
I don't know. It could be peak, but I don't know. For me, I mean, I'm definitely open to anything.
I'll take
I definitely
anything.
agree with you guys that. Yeah, I definitely agree with you guys that. Yeah, I don't need like a major plot progression. I feel like the word I'm looking for is like a reaffirmation, like an affirmation of what this series left us with. You know what I mean? Like I don't need like a plot development, just like and again, and I wish like there were because like not man, like so few shows get to do this. You know what I mean? So few shows get to do this that it's not easy for me to point out an example. But like, I don't know if anyone knows what the Do Re Mi anime is, but what they got to do, I mean, just a quick plot synopsis on that. I remember like I watched that when I was a kid. But basically, basically it's like this magical girls show that's centered on I think like a group of like young girls, blah 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 blah. I think. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna spoil the ending, but let's just say after the series ends, like it's years after the series ends, I'm pretty sure they do a movie where all the girls are adults. They're no longer magical girls, and they do some. I think they tell some kind of story about their reflections on their on their past roles and stuff. And so I guess my mind, that's where my mind sort of goes with Amphibia. Just something like that, like so, like I guess like some kind of special that also grows up with its fan base and just acknowledges the past and just sort of reaffirms what it left us with, like I suppose, like I wish I had an example that like people would recognize, but yeah, something like that.
Yeah, just like the Chibi Tales, are fun little things, but just having something like
Oh, the
exclusively
chibi
Amphibia,
tales.
it would just be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because it's.
oh, something I.
Oh, go ahead, Impact.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I was gonna mention one of the questions in the Q&A, but if we want to keep going, that's fine.
If you want, you can mention it because then like, probably after that we'll go into
Oh, okay.
Anne stuff.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, Matt answered a question, sort of asking why. And I've kind of mentioned this in like the Marcy retrospective thing we did, but someone was essentially asking like the basic idea is like, how come Marcy didn't get um what was like the thought process on like, Marcy's possession, why she didn't get more time in season 3. And Matt's answer was what he says is truthfully Marcy's ultimate sin was believing she was the main character the whole time and acting accordingly. So to me, it was fitting that she would be like the Princess Peach in season 3 and not be as active as a participant, the opposite of the main character. A timeout, if you will. Feel free to disagree. And I don't know. I thought that was an interesting response because I I don't know. Marcy's an interesting character in the fandom, right? Where she's probably the most well-loved figure in the show's fandom. I think that's an exaggeration.
So you're right.
Yeah. And I think there was always like a part of me when I was watching season 3 where it did feel like a lot of the idea of what Marcy's story is about. And it took me a second too to kind of get all the pieces together. Where I think a lot of this gets missed, where it's sort of the viewpoint of trying to force Marcy into being like the main character of the show, or not even the main character, like the most generous one I can give is, trying to give her uh, more focus, and that's fine in season 3. I don't even disagree with that. But trying to kind of force Marcy's perspective of the show onto Amphibia just doesn't work. And I feel like you saw that in the fandom when season 3 was coming out. This might be a larger conversation. I won't get too much into it, but I like that response because it was kind of how I was thinking. I kind of agree with Matt's viewpoint of the character more there. So just wanted to highlight that question.
Definitely
That
impactful.
answer to that
Because
question.
yeah, that was because I think we've talked a lot about how like the show's centered on Anne, and then when Marcy kind of came in, like her perspective of Amphibia, I think is a perspective that some fans may have had as well. And then like season 3 kind of just like recalibrated that, which is really good because
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna bring it up again when we talk about Anne a bit more. But yeah, that was also like a really interesting question, like a really interesting response from
Mm-hmm.
Matt.
Yeah. And I'll go more into detail about that because I think not understanding this of Marcy's perception and Anne's perception of of Amphibia as a whole, I think kind of gives you like not a distorted viewpoint, but I think season 2 becomes less interesting when you remove this difference out of it. We'll get to it when we get to season 2 with Anne. I have a whole thing about that, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think with that, we can move on to the main topic of tonight. We spent basically a year, really maybe a couple recordings, going through, I think, each of the main characters, plus Sasha and Marcy, plus the villains. And then we agreed to save Anne for last just because she's the star of the show. And we're going to split it up by splitting up by seasons always makes things easier to discuss. And we're going to start with season 1. Season 1 Anne is she's a bum. That's what we liked about her. And she's very like you can tell in episode 1 basically like when she's talking to Sprig in Best Friends about like her idea of friendship, and you realize like, oh, okay, she's got some character development to develop, like that toxic like friendship, her being like the doormat. I don't think aside from First Franz, you don't really get kind of like doormat and I don't think you really see how kind of like probably submissive she was until maybe near the end of the season because you actually have Sasha there and like the reunion flashback. But you do get the sense that like Anne is very much kind of influenced. Like she doesn't have her own kind of. She has like a moral compass, but she doesn't really have much direction until like season one kind of like makes her kind of her own person in terms of like I wouldn't say leader, but more like actually maybe a leader, and kind of like someone who kind of like decides things for herself, and not maybe the idea of what she should like whatever she maybe there are things that she didn't like but just maybe didn't acknowledge those parts of herself because like she was so used to like kind of wanting things like basically she was following other people around and really didn't have her own opinions until getting to Amphibia, or didn't make her opinions matter until she got to Amphibia. And then season one is kind of like her becoming her own person.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty solid summary, like of what her arc is like in season one, and I think, yeah, and it's definitely, I think, I think you're definitely right. Like, I think, since the girls aren't there, you don't get the most direct view of how submissive Anne can be towards people, she really likes, she really wants to impress, besides like, a few sparse episodes here and there. So I think like the show definitely just ends up highlighting just how undeveloped and directionless and just sort of how much Anne goes with the flow, at least in the beginning of the series, right? Just how she often just falls into trouble, then just does a poor job of cleaning it up. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely interesting seeing Anne realize that, and I know, I know. There's an episode where like you said, where she does recognize that flaw, and she does eventually overcome that, and she starts season two. Well, I won't jump into season two, but you guys know what I mean. Like, but yeah, so it's definitely it's a very fulfilling season, just seeing Anne just develop from a very. I mean, you have the best words, man. It's about bum. A bum to an actual.
Well, not just a bum because she's
person
still
with actual
active.
goals.
Like Anne's still like an active person.
She was in tennis. Yeah, she did, but it's like
she's a brat. She was a brat.
And, a brat. Yeah, bratish. She just feels like she just kind of feels like someone who just did things because that was what was expected of her. Like that was just it. She never really thought about what she personally wanted. And tennis feels like did I can't remember. I know she did tennis, but that almost feels like something that she kind of just fell into. Like either one of her, like maybe her mom or dad told her to do it, or maybe Sasha told her to join with her. That just feels like something. That doesn't even feel like something that Anne just decided, like, hey, I want to do this. I want to be great. And she for sure she did brag about how skilled she was, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was just her being naturally gifted with it. If I'm being completely honest, so yeah, she did. So back then, yeah, she really was just not the type of person to really have convictions.
Yeah, and especially those first, because those first couple of episodes, like I'm looking at the list right now, it's like her bonding with the planter. So like, yeah, she's basically a brat in those. And then when you get to like Anne versus Wild, it's like, oh, they're doing something without me. It's like, oh wait, like include me, please. Like I want to be part of this. Like
yeah.
It's like that need to be included, the fear of missing out. It's very like.
And I'm trying to remember there, and like I remember like the reason, right? Like it wasn't Anne. Didn't Anne? Oh, I remember like they didn't invite her originally.
No, because they knew Anne wouldn't like it, so that's why they didn't invite her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can,
No,
can
but
I
yeah. See
add?
again. Oh yeah. Go ahead, man.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Just to the point on Anne, because you guys mentioned Anne was kind of like
A bum.
irresponsible, a bum. Okay. um, I don't know. I think I agree that Anne was a little lazy. I think it's a little more that Anne just doesn't really have any real focus or goal what she
No
wants.
motivation.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like she's a 13-year-old kid who's doesn't really have any clear idea of endgame goals or desires or wishes. So for Anne, this kind of moment, there's kind of a lack of self-esteem there for the character. And so it's kind of Anne figuring out that she's actually a person worth investing into and actually willing to put in that work to invest into herself. And that's kind of where the planters like overall come in. Her building this relationship with them and uh yeah, I don't know. I guess I just wouldn't call Anne a bum. I guess I would say unfocused.
Yeah,
I feel
yeah,
like that's the better term
yeah.
for it, I would say.
No,
But
you're
yeah.
definitely right. You're definitely. I think Anne definitely had enough qualities to not be called a bum, but I don't know. It's funny to hit her like that, but I definitely think you're right. I think yeah, she really was just she was kind of also in the way like the average teen, like the average teenager,
Yeah, she was a brat.
like
She was
just
definitely a brat
yeah,
when she's
a
like
brat.
trying to make
Yeah.
Polly like someone else, and then like
Oh yeah,
when
yeah,
she like got acne, and then
yeah,
she tried like the fame got to her head.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
she has those. Yeah, she has those teenager moments. Like it's just
Yeah. Yeah, like just this kid that needs life experience, just like she needed to make those mistakes for her to realize that okay, like that's not the kind of person I want to be. Like I don't really like making people feel bad about themselves. I don't really like forcing people to to conform to what I want. Like I just want support people. I just want to have a good time around people. And yeah, it was just Anne, yeah, just Anne doing some things right, doing some things wrong, just helping round her out as a person right as season one continued. And yeah, it was really just fulfilling seeing all that. Really, it was really just, I think, yeah, again, like my favorite part to always just see is just Anne going from like not really thinking much about the planters, not really caring about them, to like yeah, like she's like yeah, I think at and I always feel like I do like this show is very episodic, but I feel like there are definitely episodes where you can just say like, okay, yeah, this is like a big turning point. Like I still want to hold. I still want to hold out that. Oh man, okay, it's amazing that I remember these names. Yeah, Breakout Star. Like I was thinking, okay, yeah, Breakout Star. Where is it? Where is it?
yeah. Breakout Star. That
Sorry, I got
was
the episode list. Yeah, Breakout Star. There we go. Yeah, to me, I feel like that's like the big episode where Rand's like, damn, the planters, they're actually pretty all right. Like, when she screws them over, completely screws them over, but then they still stand by her by the end. There's just a smile she has on her face. And and the thing is like, and I always imagined that was Rand was like, God damn, these guys, like I completely screwed them over, but they're still here with me. Like I actually like them. That's like, let's see, and I think that might have been like it wasn't the first big family adventure, but you guys know what I mean. It's episodes like that. Like they don't explicitly say it, but you can feel it. You can feel that's a turning point.
mhm. And especially when you get to like toe tax, where
Toe tax,
she puts
yeah.
her foot down.
Yeah, that's the big one.
She's holding the line against the toads. Like after, even though she like helped them kind of like rob the town a bit. Like when they get to the planners, like get that like dramatic like last stand in the rain, and then her breaking
Oh
her
yeah.
arm. Like it's very like, and then the town's like standing up for her.
Hmm.
It's nice. It's so satisfying. And then you get to like the later half of the episode where it's like you don't have that same kind of like hostility. Like the townsfolk don't have that same kind of like hostility towards her that they did in like the first couple episodes. She's
Yeah.
very much like a member of the community now.
Oh, second half of the season or second half of the episode?
Second half of season 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's like the town's accepted her. She's now, stepping into a role as the town protector.
Yeah, with Snow Day.
It's pretty nice.
And
Yeah,
like Miss
Snow Day.
Croker likes Anne and Polly, but just like hates Sprig for
Just
no reason.
Oh yeah. And she, oh my god, what was the justification? She was just like, yeah, you're kind of annoying. Like, you have an annoying smile. Like, it's just.
Yeah, she just said like his face is
Low-key,
annoying.
I
That's why
kinda
she doesn't
get
like him. Just
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
But I think also you get episodes like even like Trip to the Archives, which is like kind of a the episode's okay. But I think you're seeing Anne like actually take somewhat seriously like her you actually see her like reading to figure out how the heck to get out of here. How to at least find some sort of way to escape the valley. I don't know. I always like that moment because in Anne Deft Auto, right? Anne is like very much at first like against reading the driving manual. Then she gets into it, and then she realized, wow, reading's good actually. Like, or at least actually studying and figuring things out before you jump into a situation is good, and it saves you a lot of time. I wish younger me figured that out sooner. But and then you get to like Trip to the Archives where she's like actually doing it. I don't know. It's the small things like that, and then Snow Day, like Thumb you mentioned, where you're seeing that town protector role kind of play in that episode more. She messes up, but you can tell she's actually trying to take that position. So yeah, it's her kind of like solidifying her relationship with Wartwood, and also the character learning to A, stand up for herself, and B, take responsibility of her own actions and her own actions and of others, which plays later when we get to like season 3. So yeah.
yeah, and I do think like all the stuff that we kind of noticed and talked about, you have an episode like Wally and Anne that kind of like spells it out
Mm-hmm.
for the audience, where it's like, okay, you're in this new world. Like she kind of like didn't have a great like Wally was like the freak of the town and that like the weirdo, and then pairing him up with her, like you have like this very like they basically go on like a spiritual journey
Yeah.
for the Moss Man. Like like Wally just spells it out for Anne, like you can be whoever you want in this new world, and it just
Yeah.
and Anne like really like Anne like really and really like hits like Anne like very like really deeply like thinks over that. And it's like
And keep
Anne's
in
like kind
mind
of
too.
oh go ahead, yeah.
No, you you go first, and I'll get my
Oh, I
point.
was just gonna say like Anne like kind of is like seriously like rethinking like a lot about her stuff, like about herself, I think.
Mm. Yeah, but but see, you can definitely say like Anne was definitely definitely for like the big chunk, or at least the big first chunk of season 1. She was definitely just focused on just getting back home and just getting used to Amphibia. And so when she gets past that to the point where she can go on this sort of like independent, this adventure independent from the planters, yeah, it's definitely like you can definitely see like a why she now has that chance to breathe and just take in, and then just like see how like this journey can also not the see how like her being transported to this world can also be a positive thing in some ways. Just this chance for a new beginning, this chance to like explore uh herself outside of her outside of her normal world. So it's definitely that too.
You know, something interesting with that point is that you don't really think about it, but like Anne is always sort of like Sasha and Marcy are kind of always Anne always what's the way to put this? Sasha and Marcy and that relationship she had with them and had with them is always sort of like in the back of Anne's head, even if the audience doesn't quite have like the context yet, where you can see, like in the first episode, right, when like best friends, right? That's the obvious one. Like her kind of twisted view of friendship that she projects on the Sprig a little bit, and then starts unlearning throughout the show and the piece. Um, Sasha and Marcy are always there for Anne. And kind of the whole story is about Anne kind of leaving that shadow and developing her own perspective and viewpoints. And you're seeing that with Amphibia as a place, as a location, with like the planters and her relationship with Wartwood. So it's it's interesting seeing how all these kind of build that up more and more, even in small ways, like the big bug ball game is kind of like a whatever episode, but it's like a cute way for Anne to like have to, actually work with the frogs and not just lord over them and tell them what to do. And even with combat camp, Anne actually gaining some sort of mentorship and willing to engage with that. Even if he ends up being a trick, she still learns how to use the sword at the end. And kind of think of herself as someone who's actually, again, worthwhile investing into. And Wally Ann sets that up. That was the earlier episode before Combat Camp. So again, you're having these build and build, and they don't have to be like super big, True Colors, like 16 True Colors episodes for this to be like important. But all of them, you feel like they're building up Anne's own character, and her relationship with Sprig is also really important too, right? Like having that actual strong idea of what friendship actually should be. Sprig is that way to kind of unturn that, again, that shadow, that almost chain Sasha and Marcy's relationship with Anne. And I say Sasha and Marcy because both of them are connected to it. It's not just Sasha. That sort of gets built up more and more and more and more, and Anne's character develops more and more. And then you get reunion, which is kind of the big climax to it all. So, yeah.
Yeah, like I was gonna like cue you up to talk about Combat Camp, but I'm glad you brought it up because I knew that was like a personal favorite of yours, Impact. Like you have those episodes where like showing like Anne's potential as a person and like how capable she is like to make her own kind of like actions. And yeah, it kind of gets put to the test, at the end of season 1 when Sasha kind of re-enters her life in kind of the most dramatic way possible, and she's like, wrestling the feelings about that, I guess. Actually, no, it's like when Anne sees Sasha again, it's like, okay, everything's gonna go back to normal, and then Sasha pulls out that hop hop wanted, or no, the hop hop like revolutionary figure poster, and then
that's their line.
And that's when Anne's kind of like, oh no, like that's when Anne's kind of like newfound sort of confidence and I guess
moral compass.
Her moral compass kind of like it was always there, but then it's gotten kind of like I guess stronger, and since being kind of like on her own in Amphibia, and then like it's harder for her to like kind of like put those feelings aside and going back to like the way she was before, and she kind of almost does, until kind of Sprig throws quote unquote mud unquote at Sasha and kind of like snap Anne back to reality.
Yeah, because it's interesting. Anne first tries to introduce the planters to Sasha. Sasha ignores it, doesn't care. Sasha completely dismisses Anne's point of view of this world and what she enjoys about it and what she's been doing. She just calls it disgusting and weird, and that frog family is annoying, whatever, and then ignores them. She works with them a little bit when Anne's like, "Can they be in the chariot, whatever?" And Sasha's like, "Fine, as long as I get to manipulate the situation, whatever." Um, and so you're having this problem where Sasha is seeing, Anne having this different like dynamic with the planters and being very enthusiastic to share her interests, and Sasha just doesn't care. And you're seeing it build up throughout the episode where Anne's own moral compass and perspective of Amphibia is clashing, where Sasha just kind of wants, let's kill the planters, whatever, they're just frogs, which is a twisted like viewpoint of living beings to think that from Sasha. That never gets addressed again, but like that's crazy. But anyway, like it's it's a clash of sort of Sasha expecting Anne to just get back in line and she could just kind of ignore what Anne is saying and just move on, and Anne won't defend herself. That doesn't happen, and that throws Sasha completely off her game, and it puts Anne at this point where everything she's learned from the show gets to have like a crescendo. Is that the word for it? Kind of an ultimate test of both her relationship with Sprig, because Sprig is sort of that representation of that new viewpoint of friendship and is building, and Sasha is that past dynamic and used to believe in of herself that Sasha used to manipulate and use to maintain control over her, which is again twisted. But like it's yeah, reunion's great. It's a great moment for Anne's development, and it's kind of like the no turning back moment for Anne in many ways. So yeah.
Yeah, and I love how like Anne does kind of like I already mentioned earlier, but I just wanted to like emphasize again. Like Anne kind of like when Sasha expects Anne to fall in line, like Anne almost does fall in line. Like because I feel
Yeah.
like another
It almost
show,
does.
I feel like another show would just kind of like have like Sasha does the end of discussion thing, and then Anne just immediately snaps back and says like no, blah blah. But like the fact that she actually kind of like is about to kind of like bow down to Sasha, and then like Sprig kind of like brings her back. It kind of just shows that like there's still like Anne's come a long way, but like there's gonna be so much more for her to like grow on. Like
Yeah.
she'll like in the first season, like she needs help to kind of like remember who she is now instead of who she was before. Like she needs help remembering that. But then by the end of the show, like Anne's like immediately like locked in, like isn't gonna be like manipulated in that way again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like see, yeah, it was like not to get into season 3 territory too much, but yeah, you can definitely say like by that point she's just so used to who she is now, and it's also been so fruitful for her that it's not even a question of who she wants to be, right? It's not even something that she's going to be doubtful anymore. But yeah, but I know I'm going to guess, and you want to guess into season 2 now.
Unless you have something to talk about for season 1, then yeah, we can move on to season 2. But any final thoughts for season 1, Anne? The brat bum. Because honestly, like I've been
the brat bum,
like
yeah, brat
working
bum,
with high
yeah.
schoolers. It's like there's like two settings. Like there's two like camps for me to place them in.
Yeah, some Anne vibes. I don't know. Yeah, you're just like damn some Anne vibes in here, like when you're working. But yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know.
Well,
Good start for the character. I like it. I liked it.
yeah, I think I will add that, um, you know, something that's interesting about like Sasha's role for Anne's arc, because Sasha's kind of like the almost, let's say, Anne's dark mirror,
That's Andrews though.
I'll get back. I know.
You wrote the playbook
to-
impact like, regarding the Anne Andrews
No. What I'm trying to say is that I was trying to use like, because I'm gonna mention this with Marcy later. I'll get back to that. There's something I want to mention about Sasha and Marcy when we get to Marcy, but I'll wait a second. But yeah, Nick's right. It's a great introduction to the character. I'll get there when we get there.
I guess I should say something about Sasha. I feel like I didn't say anything about Sasha. But
this is Anne-alysis. Remember that. Remember that.
Yeah, like in context of Anne line. But yeah. I mean, like it's nice. I think the way they use Sasha is really great this season for Anne. Just but I know we talked about it before. Like the Sasha episodes and Anne episodes, like they're like like the very important Sasha. All the Sasha episodes are sandwiched with like very important developments in Anne, and yeah, it's definitely so yeah, you can definitely say that this season yeah, I don't yeah, if you want to say like Anne and Sasha are kind of foils of each other in the season, I think that's fair, because I think if Anne, yeah, she's challenging who she was in the past and she's growing out of that, versus Sasha, who really only benefited from doubling down on who she was on Earth, right? Because like pretty much like all her victories in season 1, until she fell from a tower, like it came from her just being her, right, and not letting that go. So yeah, so I feel like I give Impact credit. I feel like yeah, that's definitely there. I think it's a valid to say that. But of course, like the big Chad Andreas, he's like, bitch, get out of the way. He's like, I'm the real foil. Like when we get there, y'all know what I'm talking about. He's like, move, like a real foil coming in. But yeah, those are my thoughts.
I think to elaborate on that, because Sasha's kind of like the past dynamic of the friendship. It's almost like Anne's past that comes back to haunt her later, and is always trying to bring her back, but it just never works. Almost does it every time. But yeah, and then yeah, there we go. That's how I was trying to describe it. Because Andreas, when we get to him, he's our dark mirror for Anne, like the what if that past one and kept her constantly moving backward. So in this case, Andreas and Nakora being that dynamic with Sasha and Anne, but in its like most twisted, effed up form. So but, yeah.
Yeah, and I think with that we can kind of move on to season 2 now, because now, honestly, I'm going to start out with a more like kind of, I want to say controversial. Like you guys heard my take on season 2 Anne.
Oh.
No, my season 2 Anne. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Essentially, like
we've been new.
I'm going to talk about it now, just so like we can end on a lighter note. Like season 2, in my opinion, is kind of like Anne's weakest season, because
kill him.
Because season 1's like Anne's very much like you're developing Anne's character. Season 3, she's more of a leader. Season 2, she's kind of just, there's still great Anne moments, like no doubt. It's just that Anne has very little, I guess, agency in the plot. I don't want to say plot, the storyline going on in season 2, where like they're going on this trip, guided by Hop Hop. Then they learn about the gem stuff. Marcy's kind of like doing all like the thinking with Andrews' like support. So they're kind of just like going from place to place, and the strongest moments that Anne has in this season are basically like when things are getting out of hand. She kind of like draws a line in the sand with like, after the rain, it's like, okay, Pop lied to me. It's like, yeah, that's not cool. I'm done. I'm out. Then you get to, it's basically like the best moments I think in season 2 are when like Anne is like at her limit basically with these characters, like, because it shows how like responsible she's become, where she's like kind of like, okay, like the silliness, like when one of these characters get out of line, like Anne has to be the one who's kind of like, no, like this is like she's like the voice of reason now. Like she's becoming the voice of reason more often. Like season one was very much like
Yeah.
Anne and Sprig do something dumb and then Hop Hop gets mad at them, which is the bread and butter of season one.
99% of season 1.
It is. Yeah.
I mean, I enjoyed it, so it's like need the bread, butter, PB and J.
Bread and
but
butter me a day. That's funny.
but
Yeah,
like
yeah,
but yeah, like season two, like Anne's a bit more like because she's like more responsible and she's the only one who can drive Bessie. Like during the trip there, like Anne's kind of like taking the reins, but like the actual like path is
Mm.
kind of set for her though. Because season one was very much like an incubator for these characters before they go out and past the valley. So like
Mm.
I don't know, just seeing Anne kind of like Anne is being responsible and stuff, like which is good. It's like it's she's still like showing like that she hasn't like stepped back, like she hasn't regressed. But it's just kind of like the wheels are turning. Like she's kind of more like reacting instead of being proactive.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Yeah. And so are you, because I do think you see Anne, I think you're seeing the subtleties of the relationship with the planters change, right? Like,
Yes, like Hop Hop doesn't treat
sometime,
Anne like Hop Hop's still treating her like one of the kids, but he's treating her like the eldest kid.
yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
And I do think it's interesting, like from an angle, because with Anne, this is the time where the show's going on a bunch of adventures, where going outside the valley, right? So Frog Valley. And I think you're getting to see more of the world, and Anne is getting to explore that part. But you can also tell Anne is always like just kind of focused on, she might mess around here and there when they're bored. But you can tell Anne actually just wants to get home, right? Like that's always kind of her focus. And then, uh yeah, it's kind of her relationship with the planters is key, and that's developing, and she's kind of becoming the oldest kid of the bunch, the one who takes responsibility when Hop Pop's tired, like uh like handling Bessie and stuff. And that hurts with shut the not the, I was gonna say the shut in. Oh my god. Um, with After the Rain, where Hop Pop messes up, he's dumb. He decides, loses the box, and then all hell breaks loose with that. And it hurts for Anne because she's been developing this relationship and trust with the planters the whole time, and has even started to take a larger role in the family. That Hop Pop, betraying her trust is a big beat that the first temple then takes into the future. And I know we talked about After the Rain and like how we all of us feel about that episode, but that's a key part of the character's piece, which obviously plays later in the season 3 and stuff. So, and then the second temple is kind of just reaffirming all the things Anne has done throughout the show, and that Anne knows that she's learning these lessons, if that makes sense. It's something that she knows that this is a part of her character and who she is. So I still think that's key. Like Anne recognizing that she is developing and that she is more confident in her abilities and more responsible. It's actually like it's not just something that she's doing, it's now she herself knows that's a part of her identity as a person. I think that plays into season 3 later, but I'll stop talking because I'll get into another thing later. But that's my thought.
Yeah, and notice how like with season one we're kind of like okay, like pre toe tax, like all this happened after toe tax, like there's milestones, but with season two it's kind
Yeah,
of like
season
okay,
two.
things happen here, and then like we're kind of talking about like I do want to talk about one thing in particular with the decision at after or the end of A Day at the Aquarium, where kind of
Mm.
Anne
Oh yeah,
chooses the
she
planners
chooses.
over
Oof,
Marcy, and
oof.
like Anne, like yeah, it's a big choice. Like Anne is, I think this is one of the few times where Anne like it does have some agency and like in kind of like the plot, and arguably like it's
Yeah, that's really a huge moment. Yeah.
it's good for her, but technically like her choosing the planners, I think like story wise, it's entertaining and I like it, but maybe in the sense of like the character's perspective, like it was kind of the wrong choice because by her choosing the planners over Marcy, like Marcy was kind of like left.
It does kind of start her downfall. Like I feel like that's where you're going.
Yeah, basically, yeah, like yeah, Marcy was kind of like vulnerable to like Andrews's manipulation.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It really is, man.
And like
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
think
Because like, yeah,
I'm sure like some of you guys have like
no,
comments on like Anne and Marcy's kind of dynamic or
mm.
how Marcy affects
Yeah,
Anne's
because I know,
dynamic.
yeah, yeah. Because
Yeah.
we know, like Marcy transported them here to sort of like maintain the relationship as it was. So yeah, just yeah. She never really expected. Yeah, because again, Anne doesn't really have that kind of agency. Anne doesn't really like the person Anne was going into. Of course, Marcy was very like very open and patient with that. Like she really enjoyed actually seeing Anne blossom into this wonderful person. But yeah, I don't. Danny, I wish again. I wish I had more meat in what I'm going to say here. But yeah, it's
I can,
yeah,
Nick,
yeah,
I could add to your point.
yeah.
I
Go
can
ahead, go
add
ahead.
to your point. So what's so Marcy's an interesting character. Both Anne and Marcy have changed from their time in Amphibia, right? This is something talked about in Marcy at the Gates. Both of them have gained some sort of positive experience from their time in Amphibia. They have both developed from this point, but they have very different perspectives of what they enjoy about this world and what they think about it. For Anne, her sort of focus is on the planters, the frogs at in Wartwood, um, and protecting them and protecting the planters and Sprig and all that jazz. It is the relationship she has with the people of this world that are key to her enjoying it. Marcy's not like that.
Mm.
Marcy's enjoyment of this world comes from the fantasy, the adventure, the lore, all that stuff. To her, it's the fantasy of it. It's the exploration of the history and all that jazz of Amphibia that makes her go, "Wow, this is awesome." Um, and by the way, I'm not dismissing Marcy's viewpoint. I don't think it's a shallow viewpoint of this world. It's just different from Anne's. So, and this works for a while, right? Like, we have some fun episodes with Marcy, and we're seeing that divide happen a little bit, like Scavenger Hunt, where Anne's more focused on how she feels dumb around Marcy, but Marcy's more focused on, the puzzles and things like that of the world. Again, two different perspectives here. And eventually that reaches that point in Day at the Aquarium where Anne, who again loves Amphibia because of the relationship she's had in this world. Well, for Marcy, it's a little bit more of the adventure of it all. So for Marcy, she kind of thinks Anne's just gonna fall in line, whatever. She's just gonna listen to what she wants to do with sort of going to the temples, maybe leaving the planters behind, and just kind of going as a team together. That doesn't work out. And that's kind of the point where I wouldn't say that's Anne's fault of her leaving to the planters. I think this is just kind of you're seeing the divergence of Anne and Marcy's viewpoints of Amphibia popping in. And it becomes more and more important as we go along and Marcy comes to Wartwood and starts messing things up and then all that jazz. But in a sense, Marcy's kind of like, the show is all about change, right? And Marcy does change, but she's not necessarily changing in the sense of challenging almost her preconceptions of like what the friendship is, and how do I put this? Like Marcy's almost like the cracked mirror of the story, where she does change. She's kind of its distortion, where she is a character who is changing, but she's sort of not necessarily growing from Amphibia the same way Anne is. Anne is challenged from this world and changes and develops from it. Marcy is sort of changes in the way she always wanted to and what she wanted a world like this to be. She's changing, but she's not necessarily developing, if that makes sense. Like, and eventually all these beats eventually reach True Colors, where Marcy's thinking, "Yo, let's continue the adventure. Like, let's keep going, like the other world or whatever." And right, you want that, right? And totally, like, and
I think the difference is that like Marcy ended up in a place where she felt like she belonged, and the skills, like the talents that she had before, can be like used to the best of her ability, while Anne was taken to a place where she kind of had to like learn to like evolve as a person to kind of like figure out where she fit in. Like Marcy felt like
yeah,
she fit into this world and kind of like had to work to figure out her like
to do
place in
that.
it. Like
Yeah,
she had to like improve
exactly.
herself. Like she
Yeah,
literally had to improve herself to
it,
survive, while Marcy came to this world kind of like being capable
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, it was already catered. It was basically catered towards her.
Yeah.
towards her, yeah. So I don't know. It's very different from Sasha because Sasha has kind of a viewpoint like the frogs mean nothing and their lives don't matter. Again, very twisted
Oh.
viewpoint. Like, but I think for Marcy, it's a lot more sympathetic of why that viewpoint is Marcy's viewpoint of Amphibia is problematic, but it's also not inherently villainous. Marcy's perspective of, again, wanting to do the adventure and the kind of the lore of it all and sharing it with her friends is just not what Anne wants to do with this place. She just wants to go to these temples to go home. She's not really interested in figuring anything else beyond that. So it's Marcy's an interesting, like, again, like almost cracked mirror for Anne, where I don't know. I find Marcy kind of an interesting like perspective on Anne's journey and viewpoint, where they're almost close to being very in line with each other. They're almost there, but they've got that them being separated and kind of channeling that different kernel of what Amphibia is and what it's about is plays into kind of Matt's point, right? Of like Marcy thinks she's the main character, and her viewpoint of Amphibia is the only viewpoint, and trying to force that on Anne and Sasha doesn't work. And that reaches a crescendo in True Colors, and then that adds to Anne's character arc later of having to actually understand that perspective, which leads to the forgiveness part later. But yeah, Marcy's kind of key in making Anne's story work. But I think a lot of times in the fandom, there's sort of a want to force Marcy's viewpoint of Amphibia onto Anne's story, and it just doesn't work. That's literally the conflict of season 2. If you remove this or remove Anne's perception of this world, you're essentially you're playing the Marcy's power fantasy, which is weird. Like you're contradicting the entire point of season 2 being like almost like not the negative, but like the point of it is that it's supposed to be contradicting the show. Marcy's supposed to be a contradiction. You're not supposed to play into it, if that makes sense. Again, you can have your own interpretation of the show, but that's how I'm viewing it from the next perspective we get to season 3. But rant over. That's my perspective of it.
Yeah.
No, that was really
like
great.
a lot of great points. Yeah, a lot of great points. Yeah, because it really is. Yeah, yeah. Because I feel like Marcy is like a misunderstanding of what of what it means to be the main character of Amphibia, right? Because this is not like this is not meant to just be a fun isekai adventure series. Like no, this is like this again. Like it's been said a million times. Yeah, this is a series about change. This is a series about accepting just difficult changes in life, just new things, and that was just not what Marcy was exploring at all. So, and I feel like if Anne, I feel like I feel like I didn't say enough about Anne in season 2 tonight. I did just want to say I feel like since season 1 ends with her accepting like her new self, I guess you could say season 2. Yeah, season 2 definitely feels like a whole season of maybe just her just sort of like living with it, being happy with it. Of course, like this isn't like a big. I feel like season 2 isn't like a big season of change for Anne, in comparison to everyone else. But I feel like if I could just give it credit for something, it's definitely just Anne just being herself. Just being this new self, just going by it day by day, and just having people reaffirm that this is like for the best for her. Just because Marcy did Marcy had the exact Marcy had the exact opposite reaction of Sasha. Like Sasha was like, yeah, what the fuck is that? Sasha was like, yeah, like what the hell is this? And Marcy was like, oh bro, poggers. Like she was like, pog. She was like, go in, this is cool. And then we had Valeriana, in the second temple.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, go girl. She's like, go. Like you're turning into this awesome, honest person. Like keep up that momentum. Then of course, you had everyone else in Wartwood, the planters, people just saying like, hey man, like, just keep this going. Like this is good for you, right? And so it's nice just seeing that. It's nice, just because you really could. Yeah, I really can't. Again, all I needed to do was just scroll through the episode list, man. It's like you really can't just make that argument because I'm going for like Toad to Redemption. Like remember that? Remember that one shot, the Toadstool shot, where he looks in the window,
Oh
like his
my God.
reflection in it. And remember like we talked about that.
Yeah,
like,
literally, like the fact that freaking Breakout Star, it's a callback to Breakout Star where they're both looking out the mirror, like I'm like with like Martin Scorsese with like the absolute cinema,
absolute cinema.
Like, remember when Anne got a bunch of acne and she was looking out a window of Toadstool? That's this. And then she's like giving the same kind of like she's being a more positive influence to Toadstool than Toadstool was to her. It's like there's a lot of like reaffirming for Anne's character in season 2. That's why even though it's like the weakest, I think, season for her, like it's the fact that the show keeps reminding you, like, yo, like season 1 Anne, like, that was peak. Just a friendly reminder. Like every couple episodes in season 2, it's like, hey, just a reminder, Anne's awesome. Like everything did. Like it's not really growing her as a character, but it's just like her reaffirming. Especially Bessie Michelangelo.
She's understanding she's growing. Yeah.
Like when she gets like the armor. Cause that's a character design change, It's no second shoe, but it's still it's.
She gets that leader.
Oh yeah. But like. Yeah, and especially the second temple. Like again, that's just like reminding who she was before when she stole the box. Like, yeah, we haven't brought up the fact that she stole the box, the Calamity box.
Yeah. Like that's wow. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. Yeah,
because they never
thieving.
Yeah, they never really. She doesn't bring it up with the planners, I think, ever. that she stole it.
Yeah.
But like,
She stole
but
it.
then Valeriana
Does it
knew.
matter though?
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I guess like
But it matters to
not
Anne.
really.
Yeah. In terms of her actually getting, literally, she was forced by her friends or peer pressured into stealing it.
Because I think
So,
like
yeah.
Second Temple, like, because like Valeriana's saying all the stuff about like when Valeriana's kind of like testing her, like, and she's kind of like talking smack to Anne, like about all this the bad stuff she did in Amphibia, and then like Valeriana hits her with like the pre-Amphibia lore, and then Anne's like, "Oh shit! Like, how do you know that?" Like,
Dumb.
yeah,
Hmm?
yeah. Can you hear me?
You cut off for a second.
Oh,
Sorry,
I just
did you
mentioned at
say
the
that
end
again?
like how like Anne's kind of like in shock that like Valeriana kind of knows about like the pre-Amphibia, like Anne's like life pre-Amphibia basically.
Yeah. I mean, she's apparently a ghost. So I don't know. Like,
She's,
like
I remember like Matt explained that whole lore, right? Which
Yeah, that
yeah,
was
it's
in
quite
the
crazy.
journal, right?
Yeah,
yeah, like she was like basically a ghost
like
that was like
she's like,
connected to the
and
stones out of guilt.
yeah, she made the Calamity Box, and didn't they say that?
She was
Didn't
one
she
of the
make the Calamity
creators, yeah.
Box? Yeah, one of
Yeah,
the creators.
yeah.
Just wild.
And then her
That
like
is
guilt,
quite
her
crazy.
like her guilt kept her spirit alive.
Yeah, that is like quite the lore. Like
And
that
then-
is just like quite the lore.
And then Matt's like,
Wait a minute.
and then Matt, I think he mentioned
Go.
like in an interview or Q&A where he was like, "Oh, remember how like after the gems, like the rest of the gems' powers like disappear, like notice where Valeriana is after that?" And then everyone's like, "Wait, shit, like yeah, she just disappears after that."
Yeah, the closure. Yeah, she's got like the instant closure. Like that's
Wait,
yeah, that
she's
was really
dead?
something. Uh,
Wait,
I
like
think
I
it's
know
more
she's
like
a ghost,
she.
but like,
No, I think it's more like she like moved on. You know what I mean? Like she had her like regrets fulfilled. She got to move on to the afterlife or something. I guess.
That was like the
Yeah,
decoded
'cause she
message
was
in
basically a
Marcy's
ghost.
journal, basically. Like
Yeah.
Marcy's journal gives like a whole kind of like summary about like how Valeriana's like, it's a very like cryptic, but basically like Valeriana can't die until like the box is like gone.
wait, so Valeriana has a soul that can't, that has to handle this situation, right? So
Yeah.
so does dead Anne have a soul? How does this work?
Yeah.
Like, like, wait.
Like what? Like there's like the original Anne is haunting like the clone Anne. Or is that,
I mean, I don't know. Like, we
that's
mentioned the
crazy.
souls now. Like,
I mean,
like,
maybe it's just connected to the power of the gems or something. I don't know.
maybe.
Yeah, because basically
it's
no,
kind of crazy.
yeah,
It is kind of
well,
crazy.
we have
It's kinda
Zechariah
crazy.
Nettles, you know that ghost that was helping Sprig and Polly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. So yeah, there are ghosts. There are ghosts in Amphibia. We do have that.
Was he connected to gems too? Like,
Good
No, he's just
question.
haunted. He's just
Yeah, he's just haunted.
just a ghost.
I mean,
Whatever.
didn't he photobomb like
He
the
did.
like the big like,
He did.
Yeah, he photobombed them. Yeah. Hey, but I mean, again, he did save them. He did save them and get them back to him. Get them back to Wartwood. So, it's the goat.
But yeah, like back to Anne, like I just do think like last night, like I just love how like Valeriana like I don't know, like you could like in that episode like when she like kind of like stops like joke like trolling Anne, like Valeriana's like genuinely like touched by Anne. Like when Anne kind of like admits her faults and kind of like strives to do better, like and Valeriana kind of like is like, okay, yeah, I'm done trolling you. Here you go. Like you can drain the you can drain the gem now. Psych.
She does it halfway.
Yeah, that was.
Oh right, because she
Like,
thought
people are all
Marcy and the
like,
plans were in danger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
It works out in a way. Yeah.
it was funny, but it's just funny how like you know Anne just like because it's such a comedic moment. Where Anne's like, "Yep, like looks good enough." Like yoink, runs off, and then like they have that cryptic tease at the end where like the gems like like the gem on the box is flickering, so you know like oh, okay, like something's incomplete,
Yeah.
which works in our favor. But
Yeah. That was so crazy how often they're just like watching cat videos. screaming for that. No, it was like the way that Anne did it half baked. She was like, this looks close enough. Like, oh my god, finish the job. Like, like where are you going?
She has to save,
Uh,
her friends and family. Like that's a part of her thing now. Like,
that's true.
it
That's
is what it
true.
is.
It was just so funny, just the way like she went through all that just to be like, well, I think this looks full enough, guys.
I mean, who cares? Like, it's
Uh,
90% full. What could possibly happen? Like,
that's true.
Oh, but then that final stretch of season 2, like I remember, like, even though I was like kind of like downplaying season 2 for Anne, like, those last
You're
couple
like,
episodes though, like like the dinner, Battle of the Bands, True Colors, like it's peak Amphibia, like Anne trying to be a mediator, and Battle of the Bands like her kind of like pouring her heart out for like Amphibia. It's just like,
oh yeah.
and it's
So I
like,
guess it really is, yeah, just a reaffirmation. I feel like, yeah, like the more we talk about it, the more I feel like, yeah, the more I just feel confident in the answer. Yeah, it's just like a reaffirmation of her love and the growth she had in Amphibia. Yeah.
and then like, yeah, True Colors. It's like, reunion. She kind of faltered when Sasha kind of like talked back to her until Sprig kind of like brought her back. But then like True Colors, like like Andrews has won basically, and then like Andrews is like trying to break them, and then Anne's like, yeah, we made mistakes. Yeah, like fuck you. Like we ball like that part where she's like, okay, yeah, the three of us have made mistakes, but like that doesn't matter. Like
Yeah. It's like we need to take him down. This big psychopath is about to like destroy the this big psychopath. Yeah, he's about to like rule the world. We gotta shut him down right now. Yeah, no, that matters. And damn, and I don't know, like, yeah, and damn, what an episode! Just like what an episode. Just goddamn.
which is a much higher stake for Anne now. Like before, it was just sort of Anne developing herself and confronting her friends, which is a big deal, right? But now it's Anne, all that part, her gaining confidence, her gaining responsibility, her, learning to defend herself. Okay, great. Now that stake has been developed 100 times more. Now she's responsible for like stopping this evil tyrant. Her relationship with her friends now has like kind of a galactic consequence now of messing up. So the stakes are a lot higher for Anne now. And while Anne is like willing, to yell at Sasha, to fight against Andreas, to save her friends and her family, it's the scale is a lot bigger of these problems. And so yeah, that's kind of True Colors upping the upping it up a little more. And that kind of comes in kind of all this character arc stuff and Anne's relationship with Sprig and the planters and her choosing to take that responsibility all kind of comes in. I'd argue with, her super transformation. That's kind of the moment where all that crescendos into that point. That's kind of where she decides to take that forward. So it's an awesome moment, by the way. It's a key thing of the character, but that's how I always viewed the super transformation. It's kind of her kind of taking that willingness to it's a representation of the character's growth, and it's also Anne willing to kind of take
Mm.
the larger stake of the show as it is now. It's her committing to it, if that makes sense. So
It's a goal. Yeah, it's a goal she's taking on. Yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
but I do think like I do want to like kind of critique Anne in the finale, like in a good
Ooh.
way, where it's like she's kind of like overwhelmed with the emotion, like
Mm.
even though we spend this whole season like reaffirming like she's become a better person, like here she's like kind of like overwhelmed with like anger and grief, which is kind of like unfortunate for her because like she's kind of like put through like the
Yeah.
ringer, where like everything we see
Yeah.
like it is good that like Anne is like standing up for herself, but she's kind of like lashing out basically, like at Sasha, at
Yeah.
Andreas. Like it's like all the power we see from Anne in the finale. Like it's not like controlled. It's very like raw. It's not
No,
it's
I know
not
what you're
it's not
saying.
controlled really. Like when she's fighting Sasha, like she's much more aggressive. She's kind of not like holding back a bit.
It's
Oh, yeah.
no, that's a good point. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Nick, were you gonna say something?
I was just gonna say this is like, since this is the episode where I feel like that really does just set up that Anne and Andreas are foils for each other. I feel like, yeah, I like saying that this is like this is definitely a good episode of where Anne gets her closest to an Andreas, right? Just like this, because just Sasha like really just brutally betrays her. She's furious, to the point where everyone's just like, "Yo, Anne, I like chill out." It's like there's like, yeah, it's like relax, but no, but she's like, "No, I want to make Sasha pay. Like she is not going to get away with this." And then of course, we have Sasha yeah, just just trying to like, yeah, have her listen to reason. Like, damn, yeah, you just have Anne not listening, just swinging wildly, just attacking her, just very much just like, yeah, just very much, yeah, definitely could have harmed Sasha, right? And so, yeah, again, I feel like, yeah, so I mean, again, so you just parallel that of Andrews again, like, same thing, big betrayal, very much in a stew of anger and grief, just making really rash decisions, and of course, one of the two characters, there, like Anne, like, yep, she ultimately she ultimately makes a choice not to stay with those feelings, to give people second chances, to just just to hope and pray that, yeah, your friendships can heal, you can come back from these kind of things, right? So that's, yeah, that's where like I remember, like when I saw this episode, and I think when I rewatched it, I was like, damn, there's like a lot of connections between Andrews and the more I think about it, and like, yeah, that's something I always observed from that.
You could argue. So something with Marcy and Sasha in this episode, right, is that they fail, they lose, because ultimately they do not accept the theme of the story, right? Sasha wants to maintain the dynamic of the friendship from the past, where she's in power, where Anne and Marcy just kind of listen to what she says, and they just go, "Yes, Sasha." That doesn't happen. Um, for Anne and Marcy, by the way, for both of them, mainly Anne. She's the one yelling at her. And then for Marcy, it's Marcy trying to kind of force her dynamic of what Amphibia is onto Anne and Sasha, which again doesn't work. And you could have seen this right at the aquarium. Like it's not gonna work, Marcy. Like you have to kind of change your perception of what this friendship is. But for Anne, it's interesting because she almost loses because she learned the lessons of the story. Like if she had followed Sasha, it's like advice of like, hey, like Andreas is evil in that fight, none of this would be happening right now. Like if Anne had just kind of, followed Marcy's, what is it? Like almost followed Marcy's viewpoint of Amphibia and stayed with Marcy at the aquarium, probably none of this would be happening, right? It's weird. It's like Anne's and I know this is intentional for season 3, but you're seeing kind of Anne's character development almost kind of, what is it? Like get back at her a bit. It's not like, obviously the show isn't saying Anne shouldn't have developed as a character, but it is sort of having like the characters reaffirmed in their confidence that they are growing and they are changing and developing. And it's cool for the finale to kind of be like, yeah, okay, but just because you've learned all this stuff doesn't mean your character arc is done. And sorry. Like, so I don't know. It's kind of like it's kind of biting her development's almost biting her back a little bit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, I'm glad you kind of touched on that moment about like how like technically like Anne made the mistake of not believing Sasha this time, but like come back to like that iconic shot for me at least of like Anne kind of looking back at Sasha with kind of like disappointment and like about to hand the box to like Andrews, who's just like he's he's literally the background shot. He's literally like just
Yeah.
looming
Yeah.
Goddamn. Just like what a shot. Like that is like yeah, like that is
the
my
money
God.
shot.
You know what I mean? Yeah, that stays with you. That stay. I remember the first time I saw that. Like that was just like, oh fuck. Like that's when you because again like this is like a card that Amphibia didn't play until like this exact moment. Like they kept that in their pocket until that moment happened. You're like, oh fuck. Like everything you suspected like it is real. This is not good. But yeah, continue.
Yeah, because basically like because like I've talked about how like this season like and season two Anne didn't really have much agency. So like when finally it's like she has like those two choices she had like like staying with Marcy at the end of the aquarium, like day of the aquarium, like and then here like handing the box over. It's like those two choices. Like she's developed as a character, but she like narratively speaking, if she kind of made the wrong choice, which is understandable. It's just entertaining to watch. Like
No, it really was. It really, and like, and it is like, and I've seen it's like, yeah, you just like, I really, yeah, you just cannot even blame Anne in the
yeah, like
moment. It's like,
and
yeah,
like
they really fucked up.
yeah, basically
They're
like
like,
yeah, like
oh,
Anne had no
yeah,
reason to to not trust Andrea. So like because we the audience we can see it all happening. It just like I don't think I've ever seen like a single person ever like kind of like blame Anne for making that choice like, in the fan. I never
yeah,
saw anyone kind of like
Yeah.
hold it against Anne for making that choice. It's like it's just the fact that
yeah.
we got to that point. It's just like it's like it's dramatic. It's the drama. Like
The drama,
Yeah.
yeah, it was really good drama, man. I know. Matt says, like, really, like, yeah, Matt said, like, yeah, he wants his finales to be as dramatic as possible, to be orchestral. Like, it's like he really, again 3 for 3. Series is 3 for 3 when it comes to finales, like just all bangers.
oh yeah, no doubt. And just any last words for season three or sorry season two?
Yeah, it just damn, like just a damn good season for Anne.
I liked it. I think it's an important point for Anne kind of to have her confidence get boosted a bit and then like to topple it
Mm-hmm.
in true colors a bit and then question it more when season 3 shows up where we'll get into there, but it's good.
Oh yeah, like yeah, like season three. Yeah, season two, like Anne's character development, it was spinning its wheels, but it was going over some like interesting terrain. And then now it's like season three, like she has no like character wise, she has people guiding her, but like narratively wise, like it's kind of up to them now to like figure out what to do next. And it's like Anne's kind of like again, Anne's like what I mentioned earlier about like by the end of season two, Anne's like overwhelmed with emotion. Season three doesn't really change that. It just kind of forces Anne to kind of like compartmentalize. And like later throughout the season, like because she's dealing with so much now, and like the show kind of addresses that she gets burned out. She like kind of like crashes out, and then like especially in that first half of 3A or first half of season three, and then like it's kind of about her kind of like managing all of that stress and kind of like just being the leader now. Because like Hop Hop can't really it's not Hop Pop's world, so he can't really give the same kind of like guidance that he gave her in like 1 and 2.
Yeah, they nerfed Hop Pop this season.
Yeah, Hop Pop was in his like his. I think Nick and I called it the victory lap, but I don't want to talk about Hop Pop.
Yeah, the victory lap. Yeah.
Otherwise, I won't stop. But yeah, I just like I think Impact. I want you to talk about Ant because like at least for 3A at least because I know this is where you kind of like came onto the podcast. So this is very like I don't want to say fresh for you, but like when you came to like you caught up for season 3 essentially.
Oh yeah.
That's right. And for me, because 3A was kind of a interesting experience where I feel like I'm really starting to actually understand Anne's character a lot more, and then rewatching the show, I'm like, okay, wait, so this is making a lot of sense. And I think even compared to the fandom, I think a lot of the Amphibia fandom didn't quite get what 3A is about, and I can go into okay. My interpretation of 3A is this is kind of Anne's character arc being challenged a bit. So in season 1, right, we've talked about it, right? Anne is developing her confidence. She's learning to be responsible and defend herself and see as someone valuable enough to develop. And in season 2 is not necessarily a victory lap, but her kind of reaffirming those things for herself and knowing these things are the case. True Colors kind of beats that down and goes, no, you got a lot more to learn, and sorry. And then season 3 is really that point where it's almost like it's turning Anne's arc on its head, where now she's learned to be responsible. Now she has to take responsibility of the planters, right? Because season 3 is a reverse of the show. Everything is a reverse now. Reverse Anne and Sasha are our villains, right? We reversed the setting. We're now on Earth. You even got reverse Frobo now. So with the Cloakbot. Everything is the opposite. And so Anne's character arc here is also kind of the opposite, where it's Anne having to put the lessons she's learned through Amphibia and have them be challenged a bit and developed. Yeah, Anne is more responsible with taking care of the planters, but that doesn't necessarily mean she doesn't need help in doing that, or actually need mentorship or something, or have lessons to learn after Amphibia. That's where her parents come in, right? It's kind of the point where Anne is having to kind of get a more three-dimensional view of her character piece. It's her putting everything she learned from seasons 1 and 2 into practice and having to almost develop them further. You know, it doesn't turn into, so then her time in Amphibia doesn't also become a toxic lesson. Like, I've learned to be more responsible and develop myself. Therefore, I don't need any help at all in taking care of the planters and getting all this done. Like, no, that's ridiculous, Anne. Like, get help. Your parents are to help you. I forget the museum lady's name. Dr. Jan?
Dr. Jan.
Yeah, Dr. Jan, yeah.
Dr. Jan, yeah. Like, there are people there who can back you up, and it's fine. Like, you don't have to do this by yourself, and you still have lessons to learn. Season 2 kind of knocks the confidence out of Anne, and season 3 is challenging the character further and what that lesson meant of Amphibia. It's sort of bringing that like two-dimensional viewpoint of how Anne viewed her development and affirmed it in season 2. And then season 3 brings that third dimension. It brings that depth to it, where she's learning the right lessons at the end of the day about responsibility and developing herself. And you see her constantly lose or fail, even throughout this point. She still has lessons to learn. It's her story didn't end with just Amphibia and now she's good and she doesn't need any help. No, it's constantly developing. It's Anne having to take that responsibility point and put it in the practice and figure out what she does and doesn't know. It's I almost kind of think of it as like when you get, when you go through high school and you get all that done and you're kind of becoming an adult and you're learning how to like develop your skills, maybe those life lessons you learned in high school, and you're sort of learning to take more responsibility for yourself, for your own life and your own actions. You're sort of adulting, if that makes sense. Like you're starting to develop those skills you learned in high school and actually have them challenged and you're essentially getting older. That's kind of the best way I could view Anne's arc in season 3, where it's her maturing in her viewpoint of Amphibia and for 3A. So that's my thought. Hopefully that made sense. I might have repeated myself a bit, but yeah.
No, I do agree with you about like yeah, like it's definitely like I wouldn't say season two did kind of break her down in the end. Like yeah, she has a long way to go. So like it's like season two was always like oh yeah, like Anne did great in season one. Anne was like she came so far, blah blah, and season three is like okay, like next here's the next challenge now. And yeah, you did kind of like go into detail about like each of those like kind of like trials, like about Anne kind of like learning to like have a build like a support system or relying on her support system, and which includes more than just the planners at this point.
Yep.
And especially for like getting back home, it's like yeah, like trusting kind of like people again.
Mm.
I think that's kind of like
And it's her really, and it's again, it's Anne sort of having a more three-dimensional viewpoint of her lessons in Amphibia. It's kind of doing that fine tuning
mhm.
of the character understanding what taking responsibility actually means from a long-term like goal of the show. So the best way I could explain it is that it's sort of making Anne not have to relearn, but just develop the lessons she learns. So then when you get to 3B, it all kind of connects later with Sasha, but we'll get to there when we get to there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And it kind of makes this all like much more interesting. The fact that she has to kind of do this with her parents around.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Because they have not seen a single ounce of her development at all. So and like yeah, I think yeah. I mean, hey, I mean, if no, I was gonna say something mean about Anne, but yeah. I mean, yeah. Her mom was definitely like, yeah. I mean, her dad probably thought, hey, that's her daughter, but yeah, her mom was definitely like, okay, like she was like, damn, Anne's low key a bum. But I mean, no, but jokes aside, but it's like, yeah, I feel like yeah, you guys are definitely dropping solid points. I feel like yeah, there definitely is. There definitely is a chance for it. Yeah, Anne to take a break from Amphibia to refresh on what she learned from Amphibia, and then return to finally end things once and for all. Not only with Andrews, but also Sauce and Marcy try to find closure in that as well. And again, there's definitely definitely a lot of It's interesting because yeah, I mean I think Anne pretty much states the theme and like in the midpoint of the season, right? Like when she steps up to
Escaped Amphibia.
Mr. X, she says, "Yeah, I escaped Amphibia." Like, hey, so long as I got my friends on my side here, like I'm just gonna do just fine. And yeah, she powers up, and like that's the thing. Like she gains, and like it's definitely purposeful. The fact that she gains full control of her powers when she like yeah, when she basically just like yeah realizes okay like what's been her yeah like what's been like kind of like the major message she's been following for the series, right? Like what's like at least like what's one of the major ones she's been following for this series, right? And so yeah, that's definitely all intentional. I feel like that definitely is like that through line for season 3 here, or at least season 3A. So that's definitely all there. It's definitely all on purpose.
Oh yeah, definitely. And like you get so many like sweet little details of like Anne kind of like being like the caretaker now. Like I think it was like
Oh yeah.
I think it was the new normal where like the her parents notice something different, and then you see
Yep.
like Anne just like helping like Spring get ready to go out is like
Yeah, like she's like, yeah, I don't know. That shit was adorable. That was very nice. That was very nice. Like, oh man. Of course, there's. Go ahead.
Oh, Nick, you go, and then because I got some longer to say.
Oh no,
But
honestly,
you go.
no. I didn't really have anything. You're good.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because Anne's parents are interesting because for Anne, she's trying to kind of have this face where like I've been to Amphibia, man. I've got everything figured out. Like kind of pretending like she knows what she's doing because she learned a bunch of these lessons. She's changed, right? Yay! Like, and then Anne's Exterminator comes along and kind of everything she was trying to hide about Amphibia with the Frobot and Andreas and stuff all kind of hits a breaking point. And for Anne's parents, especially Anne's mom, she's like frustrated. She's like, "Yo, didn't you change? Like all of a sudden now we've got like a robot chasing us and it looks like it's all your fault. Like have you been lying to us this entire time?" And for Anne, she's probably kind of thinking that in her head too, like a little bit, right? Um And I don't know. I find that like point where kind of Anne's parents realize, Anne actually needs help. Like just because she's changed and developed, and Anne's figuring this out too, where like just because she has learned these lessons in Amphibia does not mean she has everything up to snuff. Like she still fails, she still makes mistakes. Doesn't mean that she's, going backward or that she's uh, turning irresponsible again. It's just that she's a human being who's always having to develop and change. And no matter what life experience you go through, you're always going to be developing. So I think her parents are kind of there for Anne not to gain that arrogance, right? To think she has it all figured out because she had one life experience. They're kind of there to like almost like challenge Anne in that perspective and reassure her that she's still like she is still developed from her time in Amphibia. It's just that she's always going to be developing and changing, and no matter what, which gives the character kind of almost it humbles Anne a bit. So when we get to the hardest thing, and the god's like, "Yo, you want to be God?" and Anne's like, "What? That's crazy. No, like," and her having that humility plays a part into that ending well. So yeah, I've always liked this part of Amphibia. I think it's kind of the most underrated, part of Anne's story, in my opinion, or at least I think the most misunderstood, because you'll have people say like, "Yo, I watched season 1, like, trying to like shame people who didn't," which is fine. You can do it, but
please do.
you could also tell people who didn't like actually pay attention. Like, so when season 3 shows up, they're like, "Yo, this is filler, bro. Not real Amphibia. Where's Sasha and Marcy?" Like, it. You could kind of tell who was paying attention and who wasn't. So I don't know, but yeah, that's rant over for me.
No, I do
Victory
like
Ann.
how you brought up the part where like Mrs. Boonchoi was like when she's giving like Anne the verbal beat down, like, "Oh, like you're still like irresponsible, you're still all this," is like, oh, that was hard to
Yeah.
watch honestly, because she's being voiced by Matt's mom, so it's like it's it hits like I don't know, like maybe when someone's like watching that without kind of like knowing that background knowledge, like imagine like maybe like a 10-year-old kid who watched Amphibia like is revisiting this as like a a 16-year-old. And it's like, oh, fun fact, like this is voiced by Matt Brawley's mom. It's like, oh, that's so it's not like a voice actor. Like they got a mom to voice a mom. Like
Yeah.
and like Anne's like kind of like I forgot what she said. Like she just like she says something back to like to Miss. I forgot what she said back to Miss Boomchoy, but like I don't know. I
forget what
just
she
love
said
those
too.
moments. Like, and especially like the escape to like yeah. Surprisingly, Mr. X kind of like almost broke her emotionally.
But yeah,
Mr.
yeah. It's like quite crazy. Like you wouldn't expect from Mr. X.
Yeah, because like Andrews was like
Yeah.
Andrews like this
Yeah.
whole like your whole adventure is a lie, blah blah. Then like and then Anne's like nah, like I can take this guy. I can take this guy
Sorry.
out. But then like with like FBI, like Anne's like please like stop.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually crazy. Yeah, that is actually crazy.
Oh, they captured the Panthers so quick. Like they just show up. Like Mr. X was just like, "Yo, I'm done. Can we get more resources?" And then they just do it. Like then the other episodes, they had to do these like dumbass chases, like all over the place. But in that one, there Mr. X was just like, "Get them," and then they just take the Panthers and leave. Like so. I don't know. I mean, it's Mr. X's only good episode, so like, at least he gets that one.
Crazy.
I already shit on Mr. X in the season 3 retrospective, so I don't
Yeah,
gotta do
it's,
no more.
and the
it's
villains video we did.
not ridiculous. Not ridiculous to say that. It's not ridiculous. Not ridiculous to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, and just like I think we covered most of like 3A where like, Anne goes back to being kind of like full like she gets some like mastery over her control like the control of her powers like cuz she kind of like helps like stabilize the portal like and then they head back
Oh yeah,
and Amphibia is just like Ash. Like I know it's not talking about Anne, like I know I'm not talking about Anne at this point, but just like yeah, like going back to Amphibia is just specifically Frog Valley. You just see like how the world's
trash, yo.
changed. Yeah, it's
Yeah. Everything's oh man.
Sokka, come
And
on, like.
oh yeah, so no, and again, like dang, and like one sad thing that some of I don't know people. One sad thing that we have pointed out before is that like the big like Wartwood photo all the way back in the Battle of the Bands. Like man, that was the last time we saw Wartwood. Like the last time we saw like Wartwood like a not destroyed state. Oh wait, damn it! No, I guess there was also. Gosh darn it! No, there was technically. What was that one episode?
It's turning point.
Turning
Right?
point. I was like, gosh darn it! Oh, I take that
Yeah,
back.
that episode. Yeah.
I take that. Sasha, you fucked up my point. I take that back. Yeah, I that back. But yeah, no. Yeah, it's definitely a dramatic moment. Definitely a dramatic moment, and like. I remember like, I really like these first. I remember really liking these first two 3B episodes, man. Like they're a great openings. It was just like you got some like Sasha and goodies, but then like the actual banger, like the highlight of the batch, known as Sprivey, that happened. That was an all time. That was an all timer. That was I actually
That is a good
like that
episode.
episode more. I actually that episode made me laugh so much, but. I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, yeah, but I guess we gotta focus on Anne. We gotta focus on Anne and Commander Anne. I thought this was great. I thought this was a really cool thing they did with their dynamic, where obviously like Anne is a leader of her own, right? She was a leader of her own, but it was quite nice how and gosh, I guess this isn't really an end point, but I'll just make it quick. But I really do like that. Yeah, Sasha's being redeemed, she's changing, but like the fun parts of her personality, how she's a leader, how she's aggressive, that gotta stay at first. Like that gets to stay at first. So that was pretty cool, and that's why I do like that. Like in their dynamic, Sasha's still basically the leader. Like she's still one like leading things, and she said like yeah, it's just like she now just respects Anne's placement. As sort of like just.
Nick, you there?
Did it cut out? I thought my connection.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Up.
Nick, if you can't hear us, you got cut out. But
What?
like right when you said when like Sasha is acknowledging Anne as the leader, I think, or like you're acknowledging Sasha's leader.
Wait, crap. Yeah, so I guess I was just trying to say, yeah, it is nice that dynamic that part of the relationship never changed. It's like Sasha's still the leader. And it's just that, like, she just respects that Anne, has an input. Like, she will have things she needs to say. And yeah, she's grown to really respect Anne for who she is. And
to a fault.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you said true fault? Wait, did you say true or false? Oh,
No, to a fault, because Anne.
Oh, to a fault. Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about Anne in this episode, honestly. Like, looking back at it again, it's just like...
Oh, because she's kind of a rock? She's kind of... Yeah, like the... I mean, it was funny, but it was also...
It was funny.
Yeah, I remember. There were some hot things. Yeah, like when she... Like, yeah, the fucking human bridge. Like, yeah, the human bridge.
Because she compared to, like, rats grabbing some oregano, so I was like...
Yeah.
Like, they downgrade Anne for... Okay, like... Dom, you give your thought about it before I give mine, because I've got some opinions. Like,
I feel like your opinions are gonna be more harsh than me, but yeah, basically they kind of dumbed down Anne to kind of prop up Sasha more, which is like
unnecessary.
It didn't have to be like, okay, Amphibia's comedic, so it's like it didn't have to be this way. Amphibia crew, like, okay, the human bridge thing, like, if Anne just didn't give the rats, comparing them to rats grabbing oregano, I would have kind of been on board. But I think that alone was kind of like, okay, it's maybe we dumbed down Anne a little too much. But like, I'll let Impact give his comments so I can come back in like a more positive note. But we'll go ahead, Impact.
Yeah, because like Anne was like infiltrating like CIA, like FBI, whatever freaking Mr. X is. I don't know. Like, I think he's FBI, something law enforcement, invading like that. Like infiltrating like a whole museum and everything. Like outrunning the cops. Like, what do you mean? Like she's making these stupid plans. Like, get out of here. Like, I didn't get, like, okay, so I'm being a little negative.
They also call them the planters with like the grass stain on Hop Pop's butt.
Yeah, like, I don't know why they did that. Like, it was so weird. Like, they were kicking ass, like, in 3A. I don't know why they decided that Anne should be, like, bad at this. It's just odd. Like, you could have easily had it so Anne was actually... Like, okay, what they're trying to do is have it so Anne doesn't really understand the environment of Amphibia, right? She doesn't get it now because it's changed a bit, right? The story's about change. And Anne actually adapts to this by realizing, no, Sasha should take lead in this situation. She's the one who's been here the most and knows how to deal with Wartwood as it is now currently. Right? That's a good character beat for her. But also, they make her seem like she's... They make her dumb, and I don't know why. Like, they could have made that funny, but also in character. Like, I don't know. And I would have liked to see Anne, like, develop, like, in terms of her ability to at least lead the frogs a little better in Amphibia a bit.
I will say,
some equals, right?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So yeah, no, I'm done. You go, Dom.
I will say I like how they moved Anne away from like the big leader role because like I don't like how they executed it, but I do like the end result about how like Anne's not the one calling the shots on like the big. She's not like the strategist, but she's more like the kind of like person you want like she's basically like their ace. Like she's like their maverick.
Yeah.
Where she's not like the one planning the stuff, but like when shit's going down, like she's kind of like the one kind of like holding the line and like she's like on the front line basically. Like her and the planters like for 3B essentially. And I do like how that like coming back to Amphibia, I think they're trying to show like maybe Earth made them soft. Like they kind of exaggerated it to the point where like wasn't a fan of it. But I think I was able to like kind of like let it slide because like later on in the season, like essentially all these characters get like massive wins. And how like their dynamic kind of like is the reason why they have the allies they need to like fight back. Um but especially in this regard, just like having Anne kind of like step down like Anne's not like the mate like she's not the leader of the resistance, but she's definitely kind of like the figurehead and still has like kind of like a say at the table. And that's kind of like
That's true.
all Anne really kind of wanted. But I just
Yeah,
like
she just wants to be respected, man.
yeah, basically. And then she has that respect. So she's still able to kind of like do kind of like her own thing, but without kind of like she can kind of do what her heart tells her to do without kind of like the bureaucracy behind her, like the paperwork or the admin stuff.
No, I see what you're saying.
Like she doesn't need to think about like kind of like the details. Like she's like more of like the big picture. Like actually no, I think the other way around. Like Sasha's more of like big picture, and then Anne's kind of like the one like the heart where she kind of like focuses on like the little guy and like the interpersonal like relationships.
Huh. Okay. I like that perspective.
Yeah, because
Actually,
like Sasha's like the
that's
brains behind the rebellion, but like Anne's like the heart of it.
Yeah, so they're very critical
Hey.
points that Anne does make. Like, what was it called? Grimes. What was it called? You know, like the Spring and Grime episode. Now
Grimes people.
I'm forgetting what it was.
Grimes
people. Yeah. Like Anne's the one who's like, wait a minute. Like those two do not like each other. And that's such a good moment. Like they pause for a second and they burst out of the.
Thought just like, oh, and then
Yeah,
they
she's
run
like,
out.
oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anne's
Yeah,
like
that was a banger.
yeah, Anne's like a great advisor. She's like because
Yeah.
she's the moral compass. She's like the conscience
Yeah.
of the group. I think Matt's even said that too. Like without Anne there, like
Huh.
Sasha and Marcy were kind of like
Do a lot of evil shit. Like,
yeah, like do evil shit. And then
Like-
Marcy's like, oh yeah, just do evil shit. Doing like Marcy's very like analytical about it. So it's like to Sasha, oh here's how you do it. And then Anne's kind of the person like, hey, should we do this? Like
no, I
yeah-
like that perspective actually. Okay.
yeah, because you go basically like into like the rest of like 3B. Like Anne's like like Anne and the planners basically are like the negotiator. They're the ones kind of like they're the face of the rebellion, going around like recruiting allies. And they have like the track record to kind of like prove their like I guess
They're married.
sincerity.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. I shoot. Okay. And I do like that you still have beef with Anne and Sasha, like with Sasha's Angels,
Mm-hmm.
where with like Sasha, like for Anne's case, it's kind of, when they disagree a bit with how to handle the mission, essentially, like their squad gets captured. Anne's like, yo, let's go save them. Sasha's like, Nah, let's wait a second. Like, and from Anne's perspective, she's kind of making an assumption, like, oh, Sasha just sees them as like tools, as like what she said in, she's kind of viewing in how Sasha described the frogs as just like frogs. They're kind of tools for like an end game here. But Sasha's not really viewing it like that. She's just viewing it as the frogs can handle themselves on their own, and they can plan out activities on their own, which is very different for Sasha, like previously. So it's fun to have that conflict still there. And again, Sasha's Angels is weird because it has like a plot A and plot B. You know, the frogs being plot A, Sasha and Anne being plot B. But it works out really well. And then, yeah, Anne's kind of playing a little bit more support. She doesn't really have like huge character beats until we get to the finale. She has some fun stuff, like when Fight or Flight. Newts and Tights was kind of cheeks, but you know, like
Got cheeks.
Well, I think we do. I think I do want to point out like the only reason kind of like all the town of Wartwood like trusts Sasha like early on was because of her association with Anne. Like Anne
Yeah.
kind of like, because remember how like Wartwood was like very like, what's their motto? Like slow to respect, slower to accept.
Yeah, even Star Trek said, yeah.
And then like by the time they get to Sasha, like they're like, okay, that's fine. She's cool. Like she's friends with Anne. We're cool with Anne. Like don't worry about it. And then like,
you know, she like attacked us and kidnapped us, but whatever. Like she's with Anne, so she's good now.
it's like she's with Anne,
Trust.
we're with you. And then like Sasha's like, oh, like guilt tripping or feeling guilty about
Yep.
it.
She's whining about it, you know, as Sasha does.
But yeah, like I'm trying to think what else.
Is
to
the
talk about.
finale? Is the finale its own part, by the way, or?
Yeah, oh, of course. Like
Okay.
which part of
Okay,
the
okay.
finale? Like basically every part of the finale is its own little like.
Yeah. Okay.
The epilogue is its own thing. Like
It's true.
oh, this finale, like I
mean, I guess we can also. I don't know. Yeah, it's tough. Oof. I mean, the finale's been pretty meaty, but I guess there's also the three armies like right before it.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that episode. Loki.
Yeah, that was a banger. That was like a one last like
That episode was
comedic
fun.
banger. Yeah, one last comedic banger. I was like, I like that was really good. Like that was really good. I remember like laughing every from just like laughing just laughing like every 5 seconds at it. But yeah, that was nice. Yeah, because I'm like piecing back.
no, was that the was that
Like,
the
what
episode where they
happens here?
was that the episode where Anne talks about how the only award she got was like uniting the
Yeah.
That's
She's
the
like,
one.
I'm a diplomat or whatever she said. Like, yeah, she's gonna peace talks. She's going to like heal like like centuries worth of like racial tensions or like species tensions, like whatever. And it's like, I'm gonna solve it in an afternoon. Like she's
no
out
basically
here.
yeah she's like I solved like the drama kids and like band, you know, if I can do
Yeah.
that I can solve racism. Like
Yeah.
Hey, you know, we know what with Anne though. At least she realizes she can't relatively quickly. She doesn't just try to like force it down at the end of it. She's just a certain point where she starts going blue. She's like, all right, if y'all don't want to work together, that's on y'all. All right, I'm out. Peace. Like, so eventually they figure it out on their own.
and then she crashes
And that
out
wasn't gonna work.
and reveals that she's God.
Yeah.
And then they all decide, you know, we can work together.
Yeah. Like, and it's funny because even
episode,
Sasha in this episode is like doesn't know what to do. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
Sasha was just because I remember like they damn it. But I remember, didn't Sasha get like really pissed off? Like I remember like one point, like okay, so like Sasha was like, wait a minute, so you guys all put in all this work, all to get together, and you're just going to like mess it up? Or didn't she get like really angry at that?
Yeah,
I forget,
somehow
like
they completely forgot about all the racial tension between all these three
yeah.
these three like species of amphibians. Like, which is weird for Anne and Sasha to just not think about that. Maybe they had too much on their mind. They weren't really considering that, but that should have been like in the back of their head for both of them. But like whatever. Like the plot needed to happen. So like but yeah.
Yeah, and then we get into the beginning of the end,
Mm-hmm.
and you'll get a little bit of that. I don't know. Like I think beginning of the end was a bit more. I don't want to say it was about Marcy. It was more like I think that one moment where Anne is talking about like forgiveness, and she looks at Hop Hop. Oh, okay. After the rain resolution there. No, after the rain epilogue.
I think it's definitely about Marcy. Like she's kind of more specifically, I mean, it's about their friendship. Like
Mhm.
that's kind of the whole stake of the plot. And with Anne, this is great because you've had a point, we've been setting this up for a while, and uh, with Hop Pop, forgiving Hop Pop and stuff, and that connecting to a relationship with Sasha and Marcy, right? Of being able to give Sasha that chance to actually redeem herself, and then Marcy too. So pretty simple, like conclusion to this. But I really like Anne willing to empathize with Marcy's viewpoint of their friendship and sort of seeing how all of this could have occurred. I don't know, it's something Sasha can't do, right? Like in that moment, it's again because season two, Anne and Marcy's viewpoint of Amphibia are very like different. And Marcy, is not with Anne, can't really speak her point of view. But you're seeing Anne kind of connect the dot more and more, and then just sort of be able to connect that to her relationship with Sasha. So it's a great beat. I don't feel like I have much else to add there that just kind of concludes everything we've seen in the show thus far. So yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, because they were having that conversation about like, oh, can their friendship be saved? Not just in
Mhm.
beginning of the end, but also like all in a bit. But like,
Mm-hmm. And the answer is I don't know, by the way. She doesn't say yes. She
yeah,
just goes, I don't
Oh wow,
know.
yeah.
But let's
Damn, did she say
try.
that? Wow. Hmm.
Which I like that. That shows like a bit of like she's not arrogantly going like, yeah, obviously, of course we're gonna fix it. She's like, I don't know, but we can try at least, like, to figure it out. That I don't know, I like that answer. There's kind of a bit of like wisdom, that is probably not the right word. But there's kind of like a almost admit she's almost admitting like she doesn't know everything. She doesn't know how this friendship is going to go. She doesn't know if go worse or if it will go better, but all she does know is that she can try her best to make this
Hmm.
work. If it doesn't
Yeah.
happen, that's Marcy's choice, that's our choice, that's your choice, Sasha, who she's talking to. That's her choice. That isn't something I have power over fully, but I can still try my best to work with it. So, yeah.
Hmm.
I do like how in the beginning of the end, I think Anne's the one who kind of like outsmarts the core, where she kind of like
Mhm.
questions about like what happens if she like if it kills Anne while she still has the power of
Yeah, she was.
while she was connected to the gem, and then the core doesn't know. Then Anne, like, things she mentions, like, oh, like they know as much as we do about the gems. Like, I don't know. It was clever. It's clever. It's not like Commander Anne. This was
Kind of yapping. Like the power of yapping. Like her yapping saved her life. Like. Let me check.
yeah. Look at the wiki page. Like,
Yeah, I'm pulling up the. But like, let me get a bit of a refresher.
yeah, basically,
Oh,
yeah,
saw
like
that.
they're just as clueless about the true nature of the Calamity Gems. Yeah, and then
Yeah. I think there's also. Darn, I guess we didn't really. I guess we'll get the Anne and Sprig stuff. Like, 'cause I feel like I haven't really touched on Anne and Sprig that much. But I guess we'll get to that like at the end.
yeah, at the end, like it's
Oh, at the end.
there's Sprig's birthday.
Yeah.
There's Hollywood. There's a Froggy Little Christmas. Oh my god! Like we'll get the trio stuff out of the way, and then we'll actually, yeah, maybe we should get the trio stuff out of the way, and then we can go just all Sprig all the time.
The trio stuff. Then we get to the real meat of the story, the real important stuff.
The real Spran of the story.
Yeah, the real span. True. But I'm trying to think. I wish I could have something I could add to like this current episode. So I feel like you guys already hit on the major points that needed to be said. I remember. Yeah. Sasha had that. I mean, remember. Yeah, like they paid off the whole After the Rain arc. You know, like Sasha. Yeah, Sasha was like, "Hey, can we really figure it?" Anne was like, "Well, that might be worth the try." Then, boom, Pop gives her a thumbs up. It's very nice. It's sweet. Don't Anne and Sasha they get their like Evangelion reference. They get their. I'm trying to think like what else like what other good stuff we have here. Guess we got. I mean, down, yeah, I don't know, just get up. Man, I guess a little bit of nostalgia. Like, it was so funny that like this show had pretty much just like 2 weeks of life left after this episode, but that cold open with Anne and Sasha basically ignoring, like neglecting Varsi's interest. That like, I don't know, that sparked some debates, man. Like that was like a fiery. That sparked some passionate debates. Like that was like Unk still got it. Like that was like the fucking I was like the Unk still got it meme. Like, yeah, that was just like, yeah. So I was like, damn, bro. That was good. I'm trying to think like, yeah, but I think, damn, yeah. I guess the meaty Anne stuff is like next episode. When Andreas is back, and
there's so
full power and stuff. Yeah,
there's so much stuff like all in. Like literally, like there's oh my god, like we gotta be careful when we talk about Anne because we don't want to like diverge into like other characters, but like because there's so much Anne stuff to unpack. Because like literally the first scene, like when Anne's with the principal, basically, and it's like, who am I? The it's very like it spells it out for the audience, like what Anne's kind of like arc is, but like it's fine. Like it's a deep question. She's like, hey, I found this thing in my locker, and it's like, oh, the science homework, like, but
it's nice. I mean, it's a nice little touch, and I do like how it just adds. It's just like yet again, there's like more. There are more characters rooting for Anne than she knew.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like her principal, like wanting the best for her.
Yeah, especially like I'm trying to think if there's anything else I should talk about before we talk about like the Anne's like who am I thing. Like it's more like reaffirming like who she's become now.
Reaffirming. Yeah.
I don't know, but like it was
really cool. Oh man, it's really cool.
It was such a sweet moment where she's like, she tells she's telling the planners about that, and then she just like flies off to face Andreas. Like,
Yeah. All right. Yeah. They're like, oh no, man, don't. No, that was so fucking cool. Like he comes down in a giant mech suit. He's like, Anne, get your ass up here right
oh my
now.
god,
He's like, come and fight me. Like, come and fight me.
that
Like I hate you so much.
that
Woo!
that build up with because like throughout season
Yeah.
3, like what after True Colors, like the few moments you get with like Anne and Andreas, or sorry, the few moments you get with Andreas, it's mostly about how like Andreas is like prepping to fight Anne this whole season, basically. Like
Yeah.
he's getting his army
Yeah.
ready, and like it's just so awesome for Anne when you have like a character like Andreas, who's like this huge, like towering, dominating like presence, voiced by Keith David, is just like treating
Oh yeah.
Anne like his rival. And it's not. It doesn't feel.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel one-sided. Like even though it's like literally like it's like a
Yeah.
David Goliath kind of thing. It's like Anne like Anne and Andreas like basically see each other as equals.
Mm.
And it's just so entertaining to watch. It's just like because usually you'll have like a rival that's like somewhere in like an age or like I don't know. It's maybe it's so the villain's maybe like this like ungodly kind of horror, which is what the core is. But like Anne is definitely like Andreas is definitely Anne's like foil at this point, and like
Yeah. This is yeah.
ah
Oh no,
god.
keep going.
No, I don't know
Yeah.
what else to talk. Like it's just
It's
us because we. I think I'm
yeah.
trying not to gush
It's
too much
it's
about the
good
Anne
stuff.
versus Andreas because we talked about this kind of like stuff a lot.
Yeah.
It's just that
It's good stuff. It's really good stuff. Just those two, man. Just those two, like yeah, just really strong foils for each other, and just like how they kind of obsess with each other, like especially Andrews, especially on Andrews' side, because he was like, he was like, he's been trying to kill this girl like the whole season, like he's been trying to get rid of her the whole season. Every time he failed, Darcy would rub it in. And he was just, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, just, and the biggest thing is definitely just how he understands. He really does understand her. Oh yeah. No, he really understands her. She really understands him, and of course, when they get into that fight, she has that. And again, what when does she learn? Like, when does she learn about his past? Like, I remember, like, what? When does Anne like what sort of triggers that moment for Anne where she's like, oh, you're, or she basically just calls him sad. She's basically like, you're sad. You've been through a lot. You've never got over you never got over these bad things that happened to you. That must have been so difficult. Like, when did she say that? I remember, like, what triggered that?
This is the thing. She doesn't know. Like, the only thing she ever knew about Andrews' past is like the fact, like, oh, I had friends that like betrayed me. Like, the rest, everything else about like Anne can just read that off Andreas. Like, it's just like we kind of know the whole story, but like Anne doesn't. Like, she doesn't even know about like because Sprig only reads the letter later.
Yeah.
So like Anne just has like this like crystal like aside like even in season
just
2
reads it like a book.
Like Anne never kind of like was afraid like Anne was never intimidated by Andreas. It took Andreas dropping Sprig off the building for her to actually like truly crash out at him. But like aside from that, like Anne just didn't really get under Anne's skin the way like Mr. X did.
Yeah.
Surprisingly.
Yeah. So fucking funny.
But then like
yeah.
But then when Anne is kind of like talking to Andreas during the fight, like, oh, you did shut yourself off, like she's getting under Andreas' skin.
Yeah. And like and it's so interesting that like she's fearless, like she's again, and it's just like a total dominance because it felt like I don't know, it felt like in I feel like you're so right in just how that relationship sort of changed, in comparison to True Colors. Yeah, because in True Colors, really, again, she was, again, like, when he had his big villain reveal, she was afraid, but she did, rally everyone up and she did stand up to him. But I don't know, here it's just like, it's obviously she still knows that he's like a problem. He's still a threat, but it's just I don't know. I feel like she just has so much confidence in actually facing him this time. There's just so much confidence in her that she can take him down, that she can take care of this. So I don't know. There's something really nice in that. Something really nice in that. I don't.
And like even when like after like Anne just calls basically Anne up to like the skyscraper to fight, like the fact that he's like hyping her
Yeah.
up for the fight, it's like, oh, like
he wants. Oh yeah.
he's
I
like
remember. Yeah,
because like it
that's
describes
awesome.
Anne so well. It's like basically like, oh, like I underestimate you the moment you walked in my throne room, like a disheveled girl with like leaves in her hair. Like I understand why like the gems chose you as their champion. Like it's like damn,
Yeah,
like
he's
it's like when you
hyped
have
her
like
up.
your arch nemesis like hyping you up like that, it's like damn, like
Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, again, it's like he could not, like he was my gosh, like I don't know. It's just good stuff, man. It's just good stuff. Like man. I remember, like I really wanted them to fight. I was like, please let these two fight. And then like I remember, I think they dropped I think it was like a drawing. I think someone, I think might have been Matt or someone on the team posted like a promotional drawing of All In, and it showed Anne and Andreas like sort of facing off. I was like, fuck. I was like, there you go. I was like, there we go. That's when I knew. Okay, like we're getting this. And I'm gonna try if I can just like. Damn, I remember like someone up. I remember like there was at one point where someone uploaded like a super cut of the full fight, but I'm not seeing it. But yeah. Oh, I guess we can talk about the. I mean, shit. I guess we can just jump around. But yeah, but just like the grand finale of it too. Oh no, I guess okay. Yeah. I guess I'll just mention. I think yeah. You remember remember like the K-pop, that K-pop beat. I think Matt was ahead of his time, bro. Yeah, Matt was ahead of his time with putting K-pop in his in his card too. Just no, I'm just kidding about. But yeah, like I think they the great finish. Just when she rams herself through. Yeah, when she just rams herself through Andreas's mech, and then and then we just get the truth of Andreas. And like it is quite incredible. Just like she clocked him so well, but I don't think she really understood how well she clocked him because he's a literal goddamn robot. Like he really is just like frozen in time. He really is just it really was just impossible for him to grow. He really is just like so I don't know. It's really good stuff.
yeah, because like season 2, like she's beating him senseless, and then like in season 3, it's like when she finally has like the upper hand, like when Anne just kind of like literally opens himself up, and like you can see like Anne has like that like in the last moment can like kind of like sees that.
Mm.
I just thought it was like interesting compared to like
Absolutely.
season 2, where it's like there's more control
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Can I add on to something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
So something I really like about this fight in All In with Anne and Andreas is that Andreas really respects Anne more. Like, there's a difference in this fight where previously Andreas is kind of underestimating Anne. He's kind of like, whatever, like, you're gonna stop me. Yeah, okay. Anyways, like, and it's not just the powers either. Like, you know, it's Andreas is kind of realizing, this wasn't just some luck that you got these. Like this is you're the one who's supposed to have them for a reason. Like there's a sign of respect there. You didn't really see Anne ever get before. Aunt Sasha always underestimates her. Marcy doesn't, but also doesn't quite treat her viewpoint of Amphibia as the equivalent of hers. But Andreas here is really seeing Anne as not just a threat, but also someone to respect. It's a very different like fight for Anne. And again, Andreas, I think you guys talked about this already while I wasn't here, but Andreas kind of being the dark mirror of Anne, right? I kind of mentioned this before because the core in Andreas's dynamic is the twisted version of Sasha and Marcy's dynamic with Anne. Always kind of dragging her back, and this time it's like it's so twisted it's eternal, right? Literally, the core like twisted Andreas's body to force him to live for forever and be clung to him for forever, for all of eternity. Like that's insane. Like um the implications of that are like nuts. But yeah, I just love this fight. Anne and Andreas is such a great like crescendo of Anne's overall character piece. And it's great for her to not, and they're both learning lessons here, by the way. It's really cool. Like they're both being challenged here. With Anne's case, it's kind of Anne's sort of whole character arc and her affirming her growth throughout the show. You could make the argument the moon sacrifice is this more, but I think kind of her singular, kind of like her own personal character journey of like gain more confidence in her abilities and learning to kind of, I don't know. It's sort of the crescendo. I wrote a whole thing about it, so I probably should have reviewed it. But it's a great moment. And again, this is an equal footing fight between these two because Andreas is also like this is a fight for him too. Because Andreas is trying to prove to himself that he's been doing the right thing, that like, enslaving like Amphibia, he had to do it, bro. Trust me, like, or he had to betray, friendship sucks. Yeah, for real. Like, friendship is bad. Like, look, Anne got betrayed. Psh. So, like, obviously, what I'm doing right now is totally correct. Trust me. Like, Andrews obviously doesn't, he's trying to believe it, but he knows that's bullshit. Like, and then so beating Anne is kind of like confirming that for him. This is a battle for Andreas too, and for Anne, this is Anne kind of confirming her entire character piece thus far and showing that she's not gonna go backward, even and her going backward would be losing to Andreas, or at least more specifically, I guess you could argue she kind of loses. No, I don't think so. But like this fight matters to both characters. This is the character piece for both of them. So just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, totally agree. Like it's I don't know.
It's like yeah. No, it's powerful. Oh my god, no, I know. It's powerful. I don't know about it. I don't know what else to add.
Because yeah, it kind of summarizes like the whole Anne Andrews thing now.
I think we've talked about it so much, like throughout the podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, that it's kind of yeah. Y'all know.
Yeah.
Like y'all watching.
I think we can go on to the trio stuff. I think I don't know if there's much to talk about. Like they rescue Marcy, and it's kind of like they'll be friends. I know we'll talk about the epilogue stuff after, but
I think it just kind of reaffirms everything we've been discussing. It's Anne being the heart of the trio and her figuring out that is her role in this friendship, and understanding that and applying it. I think that's like kind of the thing this really affirms.
yeah, and the Guardian,
The
Guardian stuff is kind of the same thing too.
A bit, yeah. I think it's Anne kind of realizing, because with the Guardian, it's Anne sort of choosing, her not choosing, and this is important. I feel like a lot of people have missed this. Anne, remember, she chooses not to be God at the end of the story. She has a choice. The Guardian will come back when she's almost dead and ask. But, like, Anne says no. Like, because she's learned throughout this show, yo, you're always changing and developing. There's just no way you would be able to be an eternal God, like all seeing, all knowing being, no matter how old you are. You know, you could be 900 years old and like you're not gonna know everything about the universe, you know? So it's sort of that humbling moment for Anne to kind of reaffirm the story, which is great because season 3 was kind of setting that up. The whole show has been, but like uh, it's kind of setting up that piece to work. So, and I think for Anne, I mean, for the reunion with rescuing Marcy and her stuff with Sasha, it's great because Anne is sort of. I think that's different because it's Anne playing support. For Sasha's case, it's uh, Anne's words to her give Sasha the motivation to like get up even when she's like falling down, right? Which kind of affirms Sasha's whole like piece. And then with Marcy, similar thing with her. Uh, so her playing support kind of allows Sasha and Marcy to finish their character arcs, and the Guardian kind of just lets Anne reaffirm and complete hers. So, yeah, including sacrificing yourself against the core too. It's kind of a really important part there as well. Her willing to sacrifice her life for this world that she loves and the people she wants to protect. Right? It's Anne sort of reaffirming her viewpoint of this place and what she views it and makes it special and fighting for that. Because with the core, it's kind of like when the core's like you're using Amphibia's greatest treasures, like oh my god, like against us, and then Anne's like, come on now,
Yeah,
like
hell yeah.
that's not Amphibia's greatest treasure. You're missing the whole mess of the show, core, you idiot, and then like blasts it to death. So yeah, all that again, reconfirming everything throughout the piece. So I think we've been kind of setting up. Gets cleared here. Really no like stones left unturned that I can think of anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, like
Oh, you there?
yeah,
Oh,
I'm there. I'm there.
sorry.
No, I don't know how to talk. Like
Yeah, mesmerized.
no, because yeah, like basically, yeah, the core like 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 yeah, because honestly, the Guardian stuff, like it's very yeah, it's just reaffirming stuff, and the core, like her, yeah, Anne is the core is everything. Anne represents everything that the core doesn't understand, like about the show. Like so, like basically, yeah, like when the greatest treasure line, like like we know what Anne's response is gonna be because like that's who she is. Like there's no doubt about that. Like it's just like the fact that like I don't know, was it Mother Olm that said like, oh, we can do like the one thing like there's she kind of tells Anne about like, oh, if you like go super mode, like it'll kill you maybe.
Yeah. Or if you use all 3 gems like at once,
Yeah.
like it's one of those things. It's like you'll probably die. Like most likely, 99.9% you are gonna die, Anne. So and it's like I'll take that 0.1%, and she dies. So
I keep making comparisons to like
there you go.
I keep comparing Anne to Optimus Prime just because like throughout the franchise, like it's like Optimus was like a character that's kind of like being more reactive to like outside threats and being proactive, and like there's been media that touches on that and how like when Optimus like kind of like goes more proactive, like he gets makes more mistakes, blah blah blah. And then there's also like yeah, kind of like not being the best at like the logistics side of like of a rebellion or an army, but like kind of like being better off being like the inspirational kind of like force and being like better at the one-on-one things. Like, and then you have like, Anne like sacrifice like sacrificing her life to like defend a planet like up in orbit against like a planet-sized threat and turning into like a white like dust, like literally turn into dust. So yeah, like that's also happened to Optimus Prime. So like, like
I
having
always
that
got
like
more like I always got more like Vegeta vibes, like when he sacrifices himself, like against Majin Buu. That's what I always thought that was
well, I haven't watched
artificial
Dragon
from him.
Ball, so like I don't. I'm sure.
Nick, do you know what I'm talking about? He muted himself, so I don't know. But yeah, but keep going, Tom.
Oh, that was the only kind of comparison I wanted to make. Just like
Oh, okay.
yeah, just like it's everything we know about like Anne. Like at this point, it's like it's not a surprise. Like Anne, like this is like basically the one of like the big kind of like culmination of her arc, like everything she's like been through as a character in Amphibia. Like yeah, like of course we know she's just more and more kind
I
of like steadfast in her goals and what she's willing to like give up to like protect the people she cares about. It's like it's all the classic kind of stuff that we've come to love.
I was gonna say that I would have. A part of me wished Anne got to communicate, or a part of me wishes Marcy and Sasha at least got to understand a sacrifice play a little more. I do feel like when Anne throws it out, they kind of have no choice but to say yes or no. They're in an ultimatum. I would have liked if Mars, I don't know. I guess you could argue it is, but for me, I would have liked a little bit where it's Marcy and Sasha going like, maybe at first they're like, I don't know, or we don't even need to use that kind of thing. Like they're with Mother Ulm when Mother Ulm is explaining it.
Hmm.
And then when the sacrifice play happens, it's, Sasha and
So you
is
want
like,
like
nope,
Sasha and
I'm
Marcy to have more agency and like that kind of like last resort kind of thing.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So it feels a lot more emotional
Mm.
when they go, yeah, and okay,
We're
you'll
doing this
make the
together, and
play.
then like Anne would be like, "Nope, bye."
It's something like that. Like, well, because the way Mother Ohm says it, it's that only one person. Okay, so Anne's the only one who's like able to maintain her powers during that point. Remember? So like,
Oh right, because they're
Sasha
getting
and Marcy
drained.
are
They're
losing
getting
out.
drained out by it, right?
Exactly. So there, it's like the only person who would be able to do this, like, is Anne. She's the only and Marcy are losing their powers. They kind of know what's gonna happen, like a little bit, and are trying to talk Anne out of it, but they can't because they know you know, and I don't know, just something where they had a little more agency. I think would have been good. Like it would have felt like they're actually trusting Anne at that moment, even though yes, they're pressured in the moment because they're not gonna just like go, yeah, Anne, go sacrifice yourself, whatever. Like no, like they have to be pressured into it, but more agency of that would have been good. Just to
Yeah, like I get how like basically they were out of time, and so like basically like even if they disagree with Anne, I don't think Anne would have. They're basically out
they
of
would have
options.
like yeah, exactly. So Anne has to make the choice, and she's willing to make the choice. So
Hmm.
it's like yeah, and it's also kind of neat for Anne to have something like special about her with the powers. By the way, that's a small thing, but like uh I don't know. I like that Anne mastering her powers mattered in the last moment of the show.
Hmm.
Like it wasn't just like they all get it and then like we remove the uniqueness of Anne learning it first. Like no, it matters still. Like at the
Yeah, because she had more
this.
time to
Like this,
she had more she was more used to it, so she didn't tire out as quickly. It's
yeah,
like
exactly.
yeah,
So that plays into it. So again, her character development coming in there and playing a part into that too. So yeah,
yeah. Also, I don't have much to say about like the whole like. I don't want to talk too much about the clone stuff because I feel like that's been kind of
talked
You
about.
know,
Yeah,
that's a nothing burger. That's just like a nothing burger, I
yeah.
think.
We talked
yeah,
about the Guardian stuff. We talked about the sacrifice stuff. I think we're ready to talk about
Mm.
the goodbye.
the Spran against the world. Yeah, goodbyes. Actually, yeah, we
The
can talk about the
last
goodbyes because I
one.
know the Spran stuff's gonna come in. Like, Anne saying goodbye to like Polly. We the show didn't really emphasize Polly and Anne's relationship the same way it did with the others, but like it's no, that's just a matter of fact. Like it's like, but I'm still glad we got like good stuff for like Anne. But I just like the older younger sister dynamic. It was Anne and Polly just overall like their dynamic was always just like a cute thing.
Yeah, big agree.
And then you have
I'm rewatching that scene right now to torture myself.
you're watching. Oh, Nick, why are you torturing yourself? I'm not watching
Yeah, I
that.
just gotta.
I'm gonna cry if I watch that again. Like like literally, that was like the most painful laugh Nick I've heard from you in a while.
Yeah, that was really this is crazy. Like this is just like yeah, her words to Polly, like oh yeah, like I know you're gonna grow into an amazing frog and take over the world. Like this is like damn, like yeah, she's trying to make like she's trying to put out like the best words, like the best final words she can give to them. Like that is like what she's forcing out of herself right now, and like yeah, I don't know, trying her best to speak of total wisdom and hope and love, and yeah, that's damn. I don't know. I don't know if like season 1 could pull that off. Like that's yeah, it's a sign of her growth.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rewatch that scene because I'm just gonna get depressed. Like you hear in Nick's voice, but and then like the hop scene, it's like they're just like the crew is just really like bludgeoning you with the feels. Like I think Hop does call her like a granddaughter. Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
he does. Yeah.
She's family then.
and like the family always finds each other line. That it's. And then we have Sprig, like
Yeah, I
Yep.
think
oh, go
I
ahead.
don't think Anne would have been able to leave Amphibia. Like this sounds kind of obvious, but like Anne would have never been able to leave. So okay, let me explain. So like Anne is developing this relationship with this world. She's learning to love it and enjoy it. But I don't think season 2 Anne would have been able to permanently leave the planters. Like, I think she could leave Amphibia, because remember, when they're planning to leave, they're assuming they could keep the box, right? Like, they can go back and forth, right? Yay, that didn't work out. But like, I don't think season 2 Anne would have been able to leave the the planters at the end here. But I really like, season 3 sets this up, kind of having like a micro version of this with her parents, right? Kind of because we've already established Anne misses them and wants to see them again, and she gets to and develops that relationship with them and learns to appreciate them, and blah 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 blah. And then now escape to Amphibia, she has to leave them again, and for a long amount of time. And that kind of sits in for a second, like yeah, maybe she'll be back, but like again, another long time without her family again, and her learning to have to accept that and because that's kind of the whole conflict of that story too. Like, not just Anne messing up and realizing, uh, or sort of her kind of losing her confidence throughout the piece or about the episode, but also her having to accept she's gonna have to leave her parents again, and so that sets her up later now. Now she has to make the big one, which is leaving the Planters permanently, like for all time, assumingly. Like if we don't, Matt, I don't know, but like that's our assumption. So yeah, like it's it's kind of important. I don't think season 1 or 2 and I think season 1 and would have, but for a very different reason. But season 2 and I don't think she could. I think if she meant this moment, she might have pulled a Marcy a little bit and be like, no. Well, I don't know about all that. But like I think I don't think she would have been able to leave. Or at the very least, yeah. I think season 3 is that setup. It's preparing that moment in that kind of point in her head where she realizes, oh, okay, it's time to go now. So, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Just wanted to put that in there.
Like, cause yes, the season like 2B, like they're really like we remember the not sleepover episode, the aquarium episode where it's
Yeah.
like how they're kind of like trying to like deal with their emotions about that, and then season 3 it kind of gave them that life together on another world again, kind of like whether it was enough for the characters, I don't know, but for like the audience, it's like yeah, we get to see them like on experiencing both of these worlds together, like and, hop like Anne giving like hop up like the family always finds each other line, it just it sticks with you, and then and the show has been kind of like season 3 especially was kind of like I don't want to focus too much on the separation part because I know we talked about kind of like we've discussed in detail about it. But it's just the fact that like the season was kind of building on this the whole time with like Froggy Little Christmas, like they're giving each like Sprig and Ann give each other gifts, and like just Sprig giving Anne like the figurine of her, like just it's like he didn't give her a gift; it's just more like an expression of his love for her. Is
Yeah.
and then once you get to like the Sprig goodbye, it's like
Nothing to get through.
Spran against the world, like it. They said in season 2, right?
Yeah, they said in season 2. I think like
In the finale,
it slowly diluted. Yeah, the frequency slowly died down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I know. Like, yeah, in Aquarium they said it. I can't remember. Yeah, Aquarium they said it. Then they said in True Colors. Then in season 3, yeah, they only said in The Hardest Thing, I believe.
Yeah, as they got to the end, like they kept reducing the amount of times to increase the, I guess,
Yes,
the
increase like the
impact.
power. Like there's just the power. Yeah, the impact. Yeah.
like I think we did mention it like in an earlier podcast. We were talking about how like they don't mention "Sprang Against the World" as often. It's like because like that was supposed to be like the catchphrase, but we know why. Like they just want to like punch us in the balls with every time they bring it up. But like,
Yeah.
God, like, because we kind of talked about like with Sprig's recording, we did talk about a lot his relationship with Anne. It's just siblings, best friends, like.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because I remember like tearing up, like watching that, like
Yeah.
that goodbye, and like if you ever want to feel like shit, yeah, like go watch The Hardest Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
I mean,
like
it's profound.
I can't
I mean,
wait.
I guess there's like that last.
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
the hug, like the hug
Yeah,
where
the
they got
hug.
like the
Yeah.
Frozen animator to like come and like do the 360 like.
Yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. That was quick. I mean, and then the music too. Woo! I remember that hurt. Oh, okay. You can't. Okay, but then yeah, I mean, this finale just has like so many nice
Wait, so what are you
final
watching right now,
touches.
Don?
Like, me?
Yeah, are you like on the hug right now? Or are you...
Yeah, I'm like, I'm okay. I haven't gotten to the hug yet. No, but, so I'm at the part where okay, like Veriliana, she opens up a
Wait,
portal
wait,
and then they
you're
bow.
watching it?
He's literally
I'm
watching it right now.
Oh.
I'm skipping. No, just to get myself pumped up, like or the last episode.
Pumped up, like
But
I
yeah,
would if I was watching, I'd be like sobbing, like I'd be like, oh, this scene's making me
Yeah,
feel sad.
yeah, don't worry. I'm skimming through it to keep. I'm skimming through it to keep myself going. But yeah, it's yeah. I don't know. I feel like I was gonna say yeah. There's like that nice final touch where the portal, the earth opens up, and then like yeah, they turn, they spin around, and they bow, and I'm
They
like,
take the
dude,
bow.
that's so nice. Yeah, it's such a nice damn touch. Like that. Like, look, that is just such a nice touch, man. Like I wonder if that was in the original script or a storyboard artist just added that in. Like it's just. I don't know. It's like this, like, thank you for being a part. Like, thank you for watching the show. Like, thank you for witnessing us here. Thank you for just like, just having us here. Just that. It's so nice. And like, also you have the flower crowns, man. I wonder if that's like a specific Amphibia tradition. Like just like it's so like, damn. Like, I'm just telling the touches here, like all the small touches they do here. Like I don't like. I don't know. Yeah, it's like who told them to put on these crowns, man? Ah, man.
I do want to try and keep this focused on
Oh well.
Anne, just because like we are like over the 3 hour mark.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, so the hug. Yeah, I mean that is what we call cinema. That is. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. For these moments, like it's like for season 1 and 2, it's like okay, like we can discuss in detail how great it is. It's like, and then season 3, like we're getting to the end, and we're just like, yeah, it's all good. It's all a reflection of the character. Like all the steps they took here. It's like this is the payoff. The payoff's great. Like the payoff makes the
that
whole
just shows
series absolute like worthwhile. Like 3 for 3 finales. Like
What were you gonna say, Impact?
No, I was gonna say yeah. Just shows that the story's doing its job well. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad. Not a lot of shows can do. So yeah, I can just say yeah, three finales. Just it's big. It's big.
can we talk
see.
about? Should we talk about the epilogue now?
Yeah.
I mean, minor details like the statue of Anne and Wartwood. Like I remember Matt saying it's like they don't know who the founder is, so they just took that out and put Anne in, and like, and then like,
That's so crazy. Yeah.
and like the statue is
funny.
like literally pointing Sprig forward, like.
Yeah, that is.
Like he's taking like one, like he's taking a look back at Anne, and then like it's just if Anne was there or not, it's like Anne would be doing the same thing, just pointing him forward. It's like, oh, my heart, I can't take it. Like,
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
Torture myself. Yeah. No. Yeah. Damn. I just saw that part, man. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a beautiful visual metaphor right there.
How do you guys feel
Okay.
about Anne's career of being a herpetologist? What was it?
Oh,
herpetologist.
Herpetologist?
I love it.
Yeah.
Like I really love it because I feel like you wouldn't just because again I love it for like several reasons. I think like yeah, just like Anne really just surpassing the expectations that honestly the show and she kind of set for herself, right? Just like because you never thought she would be the academic type. She never thought she would You never thought she was go to graduate school, get a like I think you need to get like a master's
Yeah.
to become one, right? Like she went through all that. She went through multiple years of of education to receive that. And again, that's like you just wouldn't just because low-key, yeah, you think Anne's a bit of like a bit of a meathead. Like a little bit here and there. But like, it's obviously not.
Whoa.
I'm saying, well, not meathead, but like she's out here. She's like, yeah, I'm a C student. I only get C's. That's about it. Now, my point is, she surpassed those expectations. Like, she did not let herself just be defined by like all this, by just like who she was at 13. She kept on growing, and I do think it's also like a nice like. It's also like like a nice not reference, but it's like a nice. I don't know if I can say homage, but yeah, but it is very nice. Like, her experience with Amphibia influenced her future career. Like, it's very nice how all these things came together. And yeah, I retract the meathead comment. Yeah, that was like Portia's words. I think I'm more so just like, yeah.
I think it's
she just didn't seem like the academic type.
The bum brat ratio. Like
Bum brat. Yeah, bum. Yeah, she's too much of a bum. I don't know. Like, yeah, he says she seemed like too much of a bum to get to get like a master's degree. Yeah. I guess that's it. Yeah, back then.
No, because I do love the idea that because I know some people were talking about how like Day at the Aquarium mentioned how like going to the aquarium was like how she would like comfort herself. And I don't know, she just dedicated her whole life to this. Like, I wouldn't call it like an obsession because it very clearly.
Yeah, like
because it seems
I've seen people make that argument, and it's like, nah, no, I don't even think that makes. I'm not even gonna engage with that.
No,
It's
because
just, I don't know.
It seems like a very like. Because like by the time we see Anne in the epilogue, she's like very like well adjusted. And like it's not.
Yeah.
She's clearly like moved on from like. If this was like an unhealthy obsession, she'd probably be trying to get back. But
yeah,
it's very like she's moved on, but she's like carried this like this time of her life with her, and she's like kind of like using it to like inspire others. Like the way she like kind of like pours her heart into like into creating like the exhibits she had was just.
And I like to keep in mind too that it's not like a negative holding on to it. Something to consider is that with like Anne and with like Sasha and Marcy, her relationship with them is like, what's the word? Like, she holds on to it, but it doesn't necessarily have like a positive connotation. But by the end of the show, her resolving her relationship with them and understanding their point of view of the relationship and choosing to move on from it has like a positive, and their own actions and whatnot, sort of choosing to have a more positive kind of viewpoint of their relationship. So even when they separate, it's not like it's just destroyed or gone forever, right? So with this, with Amphibia, it feels more like Anne celebrating that time of her life
Yes.
and not obsessed with it. I don't know. I've seen those arguments, and I've always just kind of felt like it always felt kind of bad faith. I can't quite explain it, but like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, there's probably some good reasons for that. I'm just not engaging with it, but I don't know.
But I do think like
I mean,
oh, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was going to say, yeah, I don't think Anne's going to betray everything that she learns, leaving Amphibia. Like, she's not just especially after she saw like the core is like the freakiest like depiction of just like what refusing of what just like refusing change looks like, or just what refusing like she I feel like she's seen how horrific that can be. Like, that is physically like she has seen that, so I don't think she's gonna like walk back all that development. And yeah, like I don't know, it just it just seems like a sweet thing she's doing. Just and I don't know, like it's I definitely do agree that like yeah, it'll take like a bad faith kind of analysis to just say like okay, well she's never really gotten over it. Even so, like yeah, she doesn't spend like she's not researching how to get back to Amphibia. She just continued her life, and it just seemed like this just seemed like a nice thing that she found herself in. And also, like I don't know, people, I feel like people are just missing like the bigger picture. You're like, dude, like Anne never considered herself really good at school, right? Like she like I think Matt said she was like a C student,
Yeah.
like she's never really considered herself. So yeah, it is like it's just huge. I think it definitely assumes that Anne could commit herself to something like this and yeah, just become man. And like look what she's doing now. Like it's, I love how each girl they kind of each of the girls they kind of just I don't know they surprise you who they become and yeah that's not different Anne and yeah I don't know I can only feel happy that Anne's doing this.
Yeah, and yeah, to just be charitable to this point, I don't know. I feel like I'm not being charitable, but just to give my thought, like I just feel like sometimes it almost feels like kind of like a very flat way of viewing Anne a bit. I don't know. Something I noticed in the finale was like sort of a focus on like, oh my gosh, is Anne like uh the clone thing or the is the herpetologist thing like her being obsessed with getting back to Amphibia. And I'm just like there's like so much going on with Anne's character piece that the finale explores and deals with throughout this episode and all in beginning of the end. uh I don't know. I always felt like it was kind of like the most small potatoes
Yeah, like especially
thing
like
to
the clone
focus
stuff. It's
on.
like that's
Like,
not the point of this. It's like
Like we do
yeah,
it's like we gotta drop that like that it is kind of funny how that it isn't even just like a troll theory. It's like a legitimate like point of discussion for some people, but well, whatever.
yeah, it just
yeah. I don't know. It's good for fan fiction. If you want to go into that, that's fine. I'm not gonna tell people to not do that. That's great. And I even not tell them. I encourage people to explore those aspects. I just feel like if you're criticizing the show for it, I don't know. I feel like you're kind of trying to force the show into something, the story it's not telling, and then being mad when it doesn't fit that point of view. So I don't know. I don't think that's a huge complaint, but it always felt kind of when getting engaging with the fandom of the show on the finale, I was always kind of disappointed. Like that's the part we're talking about with Anne. Okay, I guess. Like
but
compared to like anything else. So I don't know.
it does just remind me that like sometimes the show kind of needs to spell it out. Basically, like they need to like like Anne's final monologue is just like when they call us the hardest thing, and it's just like oh, it can be the hardest thing. It's like it's just it's such a nice way to like cap it off. Like I know we've talked about these title cards, like the end of part one, end of part two, but just seeing like that the end on it, just like
Yep.
it's just like a
Yeah.
beautiful way to end. Like because like I don't think we've talked about Brenda's songs like I'm sure we
Oh
talked
my
about it, like
god.
in the past. Like it's just like just the perfect like choice for Anne, where it's like you have like kind of like this like action hero sometimes, but then also like this very like vulnerable teen.
I think that's what Matt kind of was looking for. I think he talked about this where Anne can kind of swap between the two very fast without feeling forced at all.
Hmm.
So yeah. I wish I could give a more detailed thing on the performance, but I think Brenda's song does a great job. I think
Yeah,
we've talked
100%.
about it before. So,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah, it's just, uh, yeah, what a great What a great show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, because Anne's such a I think I feel like some shows kind of like go into like the extreme too much, where like they have characters like Marcy, like they're very like I don't want to say average because I know there's some shows where like it's like just the average like person that becomes like extraordinary. I don't know. It just like Anne just does it so much. Like Anne's just such a well done like protagonist without her feeling like she's like maybe too talented in one. She feels like Anne's like the well rounded character. She's not like maxed out in some stats. It's just like except like the ones that are, like have you ever seen like the back of like some like trading cards or where like they'll show like the stats of like a character like strength, speed, endurance, like courage, like like Anne has like the courage like up to like the max level, but then like everything else is like the average thing, which it's the classic kind of like protagonist thing.
Well,
But
Anne's supposed to be the everyman.
yeah,
That's kind of the thing. She's a character who has no impression of this world. Well, she dislikes it at first. That's kind of the idea. She learns to love it. Basic, like, you know, Matt says it like every interview. So, like, yeah, she's supposed to be kind of the average person and then kind of growing into that identity throughout the show. So, with Marcy and Sasha, it's like right in your face
hmm
what they're about. So, yeah. Trying to think of anything else I'd like to
I'm
say
kind of out
about
of
the
things to say.
finale.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Same actually.
yeah. Final thoughts?
Final thoughts, like yeah, Anne's just I don't want to say S tier, like the A is for A tier, like I just wish we could see more of this character. Like I know it's supposed to be up to like our interpretation, like between like to be quite frank, like with Marcy and Sasha, like I'm not really too interested in what they were like between end of the series and then end the start of the epilogue. Like with Anne, it's
Mm.
like because Anne's like the main character. That's probably why I'm more interested in Anne. Like with Sasha and Marcy, it's like okay, yeah, I'd like to see like a summary of like how they went from like what they were like at this age compared to 10 years later. But with Anne, it's like oh, I want to see like every single step. Like I want to see like every single journey, like of like how she like became an adult. It's just because like you said, Nick, it's like basically like her become like she wasn't expected to kind of like
Yeah, blossom into this. Yeah,
she didn't expect herself to like blossom into this.
yeah.
So like the fact that she does in the epilogue, it's like I don't know. You probably see like Miss Boonchoy like crying with like tears of joy when like she gets her
No, most definitely.
when she finds out like Anne wants
Most
to go.
definitely.
Yeah, Anne wants to improve her grade. Like
Yeah.
Anne's like taking
Yeah, there's no
biology classes and whatever, like science classes, like and then Boonchoy like yes.
No, it was, yeah, you gotta remember, like, her mom was like, okay, I guess she's not becoming a doctor, lawyer. Like, I already gave up on those dreams. Like, her mom literally said that herself. And it's like, yeah, Anne, yeah, don't sleep on Anne. I guess, like, don't. And I guess that was kind of like that was like another through line. Like, yeah, Anne, the underdog. Like, she's always the underdog who surprisingly had so much heart, empathy, and courage inside her. Like, that's, yeah, that was always there.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we can wrap up then. The
Oh, I thought I was gonna.
go ahead, Impact. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So for Anne overall, she's our main character, and I think what makes Anne great, and I feel like what made me start appreciating Amphibia more was she's kind of like she's the kernel of the show. When you understand Anne's perspective of Amphibia more, it really changes how you view everyone else. Because, I kind of talked about like Marcy and Anne's viewpoint of Amphibia diverging and why it's important for Anne to be able to active later because it connects, to her relationship and under with Marcy and how she forgives her at the end of the story and how it also supports like Sasha too. And without, by the way, like, with Marcy and Sasha, it's their perspective of Amphibia, right? It's not like some other backstory with anything else. Um, but Anne as a character and being that kind of everyman perspective of Amphibia that learns to love it, she's key in understanding the story. And I think a lot of people kind of say they, tell you go watch season one, guys, because it has all the important stuff. But then it can sometimes doesn't really feel like it's applied to the rest of the show afterward. Like even if you did watch season one, and again, this is my perspective, so everyone has the right to have their own viewpoint. But understanding what makes Anne's enjoyment of Amphibia click, I think helps click everything else into place. I feel like Sasha and Andreas and Marcy and Sprig and Hop Hop and Polly all sort of become way more three-dimensional characters once you understand Anne. I think when you don't, then it ends up causing a lot of error. Not, let me not say errors, because that kind of assumes there's like a distortion or like there's like a orthodoxy to Amphibia, and that's not how that works with media. Um, but I think you start gaining a more appreciation of the show and other characters more if you understand Anne's perspective and viewpoint of the show. So if you ever rewatch the show, just kind of keep that in your head, and then I think you might start seeing more of what makes this show tick and why I think it's very good. So I love Anne. She's awesome.
Thank you, Impact. Nick, any final thoughts on Anne?
Oh man. Yeah, I don't know. It was really, I don't know. Like I guess it's just been great. Even so, the show ended up, yeah, almost 4 years ago now. I mean, I can still confidently just say like it was just nice seeing her, grow. Yeah, just seeing how she started, what she eventually became, and just like honestly how inspiring that is, and just how hopeful and sweet it feels just to even so, like, she's not even a real person, but damn, like, dude, but damn, do they make her feel real? Damn, do they just make her feel as inspiring as a real person? So, like, honestly, like a lot of what I want to say, a lot of what I want to say about Anne, if I've already gotten that chance to. But yeah, like she was a damn good main character, and I'm glad I got to be a part of this journey, watching it weekly and just seeing how she changed.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, and that covers all of our main characters for Amphibia, and that kind of wraps up not just like the kind of like the character discussions we've had over the past couple of recordings, but that kind of covers everything we wanted to talk about on the podcast since we started this. Like we started this roughly when the first temple aired, like this whole podcast. Like that was episode 0 as a joke, and that was in 2021. So that was over 5 years ago. It's like I know, like near the
Oh my
end.
gosh.
Yeah, near the end of the podcast, we kind of like took a long break, which is fine, but technically this has been going on for 5 years, and like
Yeah.
if there's something more to talk about in the future, like I don't mind coming back and just like discuss and just chatting about it as a group, but like I'm kind of ending the podcast. I think this is a good way to end the podcast, like with Anne on episode 100 felt right. Because originally we are just gonna go up to like I believe it was 68
Yeah. Yeah.
because it was
It's crazy how
67
yeah, that's crazy.
67 segments, and then
Yeah.
we had the interview with Matt Brawley, which is
Yeah.
honestly, if you told me like how long has it been now? Like if you told me like 7 years ago that I would be running a podcast about this Disney show, eventually interview the creator, also like ending up meeting one of these friends I've met through the show, like in Spain of all places. Like I don't think I've talked about it on the podcast because I think like between 99 and 100, the 100th recording, like basically when I went on like a vacation in Spain, I met up with like another friend through the podcast, like in Barcelona basically, which is like insane, like that
Yeah.
ever like happened. Just like yeah, we started off like basically weekly, like during like the COVID lockdown. It was basically like every week, every Friday or Saturday basically. And then when the show was airing, like I can't believe we were able to maintain that. Like probably because the lockdown was going on, there's like nowhere else you could go. So it's like basically
Yeah, that definitely motivated it. Yeah.
like Friday nights we're all watching like the episode together as a group, like chatting through Discord, and then like the next night, like basically having like a panel on and talking about it. And we thought that we did that consistently, and then when the show went on hiatus, we just went to like an episode we didn't cover yet. It's just like a machine, and
Yeah,
then
that
like
was yeah.
and like I knew like this wouldn't last forever. Like it wouldn't. You're eventually gonna run out of stuff to talk about, and like I was telling these guys like before the recording, like I finally like logged in to like upload episode 99 because we recorded that in June 2025, and then it was only until like March 2026 where I actually uploaded that recording about Strange Voyage. But like I don't know, there are some weeks where it's like I think regardless of my mood, I kind of power through to record during like those times, and some of them were tough. Like it was like just with personal life stuff, like just natural to happen like throughout the years. Like you're gonna have like some ups and downs, and just like this podcast really kind of kept things grounded for me. And like, I mean, I was also like Nick. I think you came on like a couple weeks into the
Yeah.
podcast, and like because I remember we were talking to. I think I remember you from the main server, like we were seeing how like you were kind of like taking the show seriously, and then like we like kind of like talked aside, say
Yeah.
okay, just bring
And
me
you
to
guys
like,
are
a private group, and like we can chat about the show here. And I remember you like thinking it's like, oh, finally, it's like I can talk to like adults.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was the brain rot was insane. So yeah, I think getting to touch just honestly just getting to be in a place with good vibes and just strong analysis was pretty much just like that. Yeah, the perfect world for me. That perfect blend. Yeah, the perfect blend of like what I wanted.
Yeah, I thank you, Nick, for like for being one of our co-hosts for like so long. And then
Yeah, I mean, thanks for letting me on, bro. I mean, this is a crazy experience to be a part of.
my pleasure. And then like and then Impact, like I remember like just
Oh
before
yeah,
season 3 time, like I remember your posts on like Reddit because you're like doing like these like analytical like you're doing like these analysis like analysis on different topics, and like I remember,
Yep.
I don't think you chatted much on the Discord channel. I just remember seeing that like your username once or twice. It's like, and I made like the like 2 and 2, and I think you were also posting on Tumblr at the time as well.
Yeah, so I was posting on Tumblr and Reddit mainly.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause at the time I was trying to kind of figure out, okay, what is this fandom like? I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to connect the dot of coming from the show, from watching seasons 1 and 2 on Disney Plus, and then coming into the fandom when season 3 is about to come out. And for me, I was enjoying like the fics I was reading. That was nice. But when it came to talking about the show, it felt like there was a little bit like, yo, guys, like, where's everyone at? We're not even talking about like the show. We're talking about like, I don't know. It felt like I was always talking about something different,
Yeah.
like compared to other people. Um, and that a part of that is, with the fan base being like on like Twitter and stuff, that platform just kind of forces that to happen. I can't quite explain it myself. But in Discord kind of the same way. And I was kind of really itching for something a little more out of Amphibia in terms of how people were talking about it. Like not even agree with me. I don't really need that. Like you don't need to agree with my opinion on the subject. But it did feel like when talking about these characters and like the themes and ideas of the piece, it just there was nothing there. So I was like, I'll just write stuff. And then I also was watching the podcast, this one, just like on the episodes, because I missed a bunch. You guys were doing it already. So just kind of eventually, I forget exactly when you guys invited me um in, but it was kind of, was it during like 3B or am I tripping?
No,
Like
I think it was 3A.
it
Because I remember you were on for like
3A.
Flight the Museum.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I love that episode. That episode was lit.
Actually, let me check the schedule
Um,
while you talk. Yeah.
yeah. Uh, so it was really nice to be able to just pop in, and eventually, I guess I just kept coming to a certain point where it's like,
Hmm.
all right, I'm a co-host now. So like, it kind of just worked out. I really liked being here. It gave me a chance to just, because again, like writing the essays and stuff is fun.
It takes a lot of time.
Or yeah, it takes time, and also like something I know, people did like reading them. They were like, "Oh shit, I didn't think about the show like that." But it's very rare you had someone like engage with you on, I don't even want to say that level because that makes it sound like there's a hierarchy of knowledge, but like you didn't really have anyone like discuss with you in this. Like when going through the show's fandom, you really wouldn't see anyone talk about like Anne's story arc or like Anne's viewpoint of the show, or even complaints about like, I don't know, the planters are kind of mid in season 3. I barely saw that. Like it was just kind of like, yo, where's Sasha and Marcy, bro? Like, oh my god. Blah, 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 blah. Like every time. And I get it. I was kind of feeling a similar way too. But also like I was just kind of like, man, do y'all have anything else to add to this show, bro? Like it's so like, sorry, Amphibia fandom. I love y'all. Y'all make great fan art. Don't kill me. But you know, this podcast was like a nice chance to just be able to discuss that. And even now, I think my opinions of the show have changed a bit from when we first started to now. So even like with Marcy's character piece, I was kind of in like the same spot as the fandom where it was like, oh yeah, her story's about just escapism and escapism bad. But I started thinking about it more and I'm like, I think there's a lot more to this. And I don't really know if the fandom can actually engage with this because it low key critiques. I'm saying the fandom like a monolith. So, like, but I'm saying what I mean by fandom, I mean like the larger scale, like, viewpoints of these characters as a whole, which, gets debated in smaller sects. But I mean, like, kind of a universe here a bit. Uh, I don't know. I feel like with a character like Marcy, like the Amphibious fandom low key shouldn't be able to understand this character's piece because it kind of critiques a lot of the fandom's viewpoint of the show, if that makes sense. Like, or even with Sasha, where Sasha has mostly gotten right um, in discussion, but she's a pretty easy character to understand in terms of blah, blah, blah. But anyway, point is that I wanted more discussion. This podcast gave me that, give me a chance to articulate my opinions a little better and talk about episodes that just aren't being discussed enough, like Fight at the Museum. I love that episode. That episode's the latest shit. Um, but yeah, this is a great opportunity to not go into essay mode without me having to write like a 5-page essay for every episode. like, like, so, or even be able to articulate it a bit in the podcast and then figure out, okay, wait, what did I not understand? And then write it better in an essay so it's easier for me to go through. I've got a bunch of them like in my doc I never uploaded, so maybe I'll start doing that. But yeah.
So actually, in fact, you came onto the podcast after 3A during the hiatus. So
Oh, okay.
your first,
That makes sense. Yeah.
I think your first kind of time on was for like a season 1 segment for the Big Bug Ball game and Combat Camp.
Okay. That makes sense.
Like, but yeah, like you said, like because writing basically an essay is so hard. Like, because I'm not like I'm an engineer. The things I write are not like they're very like just technical reports. It's just like yeah, like sometimes I have to do some like persuasive writing, but like doing an essay is like challenging. Like and like when you're talking in the fandom, you have stuff like either like Tumblr is like more like you're posting like an essay out there, and then people are kind of like might give some comments in like in the comment section thing, but it's not really like a conversation. Reddit, you can kind of
Yeah.
have that conversation, but it's just the quality of discussion's not kind of like the same as like it's not as like
Y-
deep or not as like you guys know what
I
I mean.
I noticed on something I noticed with Reddit. Sorry to cut you off. Though. I just want to mention that. So for Reddit, I agree that the conversation wouldn't be as deep, but I feel like you got more conversation.
Yes.
I don't know. For Tumblr, sometimes it felt like when I was uploading stuff, like, yo, where is everybody? like if I made one like for Fight at the Museum, and I got some, like likes and reblogs and stuff, but I don't know. Like no one was really it's so weird. Like no one was really like talking about that episode too much. I would get people who would agree with me and be like, "Oh wow, I've never seen anyone talk about these filler episodes before." And I'm like, "Okay, well, all right. I don't know if it's a filler episode, but thank you." like, but like I don't know, like, and
Just like talking about it is
yeah,
like so much easier than writing it because like I feel like with writing you're so like particular about like how you like structure the words, and then like if you make kind of like a mistake you can kind of be like it's harder to gauge emotion with like text than is with like compared to conversation. So you can kind of get a feel about how
Yeah.
the conversation's going. You can kind of like, it's more like, it's less aggressive. Because even with Discord, it's like, if you're in like a public server, it's like someone's giving one thought, and then if you try and write something out thoughtful, like if it's during like a high peak time, like it's just gonna get disappeared by a bunch of other comments. So it's like you kind of have to find like a smaller group to just like have these like long discussions.
Yeah, and I can create a problem where like you're creating kind of like an inner circle thing, and I always try to like not do that the best I can. And also too, I think it also makes it so like the Twitter side of the fandom, right? I never engage with that part at all because I couldn't write that much in detail about it. I feel like I'd have to like go say something stupid and quippy that I don't agree with and like to get the message out. And also like something to consider too. And it's kind of I don't know if this goes for all of us, but like we all kind of have like a pretty different perspective of the show
Hmm.
compared to majority of the fan base. And so like for me, for example, I remember writing on Tumblr for the show, and there'd be so many times where like someone would disagree, and I have to like what is it? Like what is it? Like well not disagree, but I feel like I have to always like pull out an entire fucking essay every time someone like has to make a comment. And after a certain point, I'm like, dog, I don't feel like doing this. Like, so again, that's not like a problem. It's just like when you are like when you do have a different perspective on these characters, especially from like a larger analytical viewpoint, you should be expected to prove your point. But in the Amphibia fandom specifically, I did notice I had to like, if I said, oh, Marcy not being the main character is kind of the idea. And if you're erasing Anne's viewpoint of this world, you're inadvertently playing into Marcy's flaws as a character. Like, I would have, especially with Marcy, I would have to, like, it would be such a pain in the ass talking about her. But, like, um, I don't know. This podcast gave me a chance to just talk about that and even disagree, but feel like I can disagree in a concentrated way, if that makes
Yeah,
sense. Like we're not drifting off to like weird shit. Like so, I don't know.
I do think with Amphibia, because it's not like, for example, like when some shows come out, like that are much more kind of like mainstream, you can have kind of like the water cooler type conversation with like your coworkers or friends or relatives about like stuff that came out on Netflix. And Amphibia just like naturally isn't really, I don't think it's reached that kind of like it's not like a super like mega popular show, so you can't like maybe the likelihood that you're going to interact with someone like face to face is very unlikely. So just the fact that we can kind of like, I think the majority of the fandom is probably messaging people to discuss the show. So the fact that we can kind of like talk about it does make us a lot more like different from
Yeah.
how we kind of like analyze the show, just because I think we've done more of it. Even if we haven't like written as much, the fact that we've kind of like discussed it as like a group with different people over the years, and like, I don't know about you guys, but like there's only like one person that I know that's watched the series that like I can actually like talk about the show with. But the thing is, like, even her, like, I can't really like basically she's asking me stuff about the show, and like because she knows like I do this, so like I can kind of like give like a huge like 10-minute long like lecture basically on like certain things like she didn't think about the show, which is like, in some ways it's like everyone you encounter is kind of like you're kind of gonna be like the more kind of experienced person, just because you've been talking about it for so long.
I think I've known people I've introduced to show too, and I think for me, I always try to do it slow.
Yes, yeah.
So just kind of get them into it and see what they think. And I don't know, like I've never really had those long debates with people on the piece before, unless someone kind of comes to me, if that makes sense. I don't know.
Oh,
I
like
guess I code switch. Like
no, I definitely code switch when I'm trying to pitch someone the show. Like I keep it simple. I mention like all like the surface level stuff where it's like, oh, like you remember Brenda's song like from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody? Like yeah, she's like voicing the main
yeah.
character. Like it's not like that's how you get like people to kind of like that's how you sway them a bit. And then like once they watch the show and like understand the themes, then I become like deranged. But because like once in a while she's like, okay, give me like a hot take that you have about like Amphibia, and then it's like I tell her about like the season two, like Anne wasn't like it wasn't Anne's best season. She's like, oh, that's like never would have thought about that. Like it's yeah,
I
it's
will
oh,
say,
go ahead, yeah,
I was gonna say something I will say with talking casually is that I'm also able to change my opinions a little easier. When you write like an essay or something down, like I don't know, people kind of assume that you think this like for forever. Like, no, I change my opinions. Like, okay, I'm not,
Impact, you there? Oh,
um,
okay, okay.
oh shit.
You just cut off for like a couple
Sorry, was my
seconds.
mic off?
No, no, you're
Oh,
there. Yeah,
okay.
I hear you. It's just I think a couple seconds got cut off.
Oh, my bad. I'll repeat it a bit. Um,
Hmm.
I do feel like with talking on the podcast, like for example with Marcy, my opinion again, my opinion changed a bit as I kept going through the not only the show but just rewatching it and sort of feeling unsatisfied with people's interpretations of it. As like, yes, Nick. But sorry, I'll finish off. Um, but I do, the podcast has gave me a chance to like develop my point of view before I write something down. Um, so yeah, this was just like a great opportunity to get to do that. And I will say I do wish, uh, the I could kind of debate the fandom as a whole a little more, uh, or at least discuss it more with. I don't know. I wish the smaller episodes just got more attention. I'm glad when I write these little essays or we do these podcasts, we've got some people going like, "Oh shit, I didn't think about that," or "Oh, that's a perspective no one's ever talked about before." I don't know. That always feels nice. So, yeah.
Like, cause like a couple weeks ago when I was like looking at like I was just revisiting the Matt interview we did, and it was just seeing like the comments like some of them were thinking like, oh, this like just seeing the fact that people like were listening to like what we had to say, like what we asked him and like what we asked Matt, and the fact like people were like so like positive about it, like I don't know, it just like I'm never gonna kind of forget that kind of experience. Like it's just like having like so many like different people in the community, like on Twitter, like on Reddit, on like YouTube comment section. It's just like I, it's a lot. It's like I do wish there was like more of us out there. Not to
Yeah.
be like narcissistic about it. It's
Yeah.
just like
Or you could also have more people who don't think like us. I
yes,
I wish we had, more people um in the fandom who were willing to like just
hear us
debate
out.
and discuss
Yeah,
Yeah,
And I'm not gonna be like the
I
the,
would
the
have
Ben
liked
Shapiro
that.
kind of like nonsense where it's like, oh, like just like be like super
No, 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 no.
antagonistic. It's just like,
No, I know what you mean.
yeah, like just being able to like be like, okay, like what about like this? And maybe they would like tell me something about like the trio that maybe like, okay, I understand why like this is important to you. It's like if we just had more like, because we had a lot of people on Twitter give their thoughts and like it just goes out and then like there's no really there's back and forth. I just didn't feel like the back and forth was like had enough substance. I don't know.
No, I know what you're saying. For me, it was feeling like okay, yes, I agree, and like that's how I felt for a while. Um, or sometimes it was feeling like, oh, that's a perspective you have of the show, like shipping, for example. That's something I'm like, oh, that's cool. That's a perspective of having on the piece that is perfectly fine. And I don't know, for me, like, I mean, I'm a guy who read, who still, sometimes here and there reads fanfics of Amphibia, and you start noticing patterns a bit
Hmm.
about which characters act or so on and so forth. Um, that you do notice are like actually affects from conversation on Twitter, like at least I noticed, like, or on Tumblr and so forth. But I don't know. I think something I would just like in Amphibia more, I like that I think the Gazette gave was like a chance to kind of just sit down with an episode and just kind of think about it from a larger scale. Um, like even with Commander Anne, like how many times did you hear people talk about how Anne was dumbed down? Like a little bit, right? Like I saw that during the first time it came out, but you don't hear that ever again now. like,
Yeah.
like I haven't heard that complaint once ever again. Um, it's just like that. I didn't even explain like and I think that kind of affects even how Anne's interpreted and things like that. I'm not gonna get into the whole thing about that because I feel like that's very hyper specific.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I think a part of me just wishes there was like another podcast out there that's like kind of different from what we talked about, just because like I'm hosting this one, it's like I kind of have to like there's a part of me that wants to like lay back and listen, but at the same time it's like I have to moderate basically. Which I think during
Mhm.
like the season one segments, I think it was like it was chill because like Nick and I and you like we were just kind of like we just like shoot the shit and like talk like when we came to like I feel like season one was always like kind of entertaining because it's like very like laid back and like chatting. We disagree about things and just like we would just move on. But then like there's like season two like when the show was airing, we had like lots of different opinions. Like we kind of had to be in like moderator mode. I think Nick can kind of attest to that, but like,
Mhm.
but yeah, I think yeah, with that, like we're already at like the 4 hour mark.
God damn.
But like,
Jesus.
yeah, I think I'm just gonna like this podcast wouldn't have been possible without you, Nick, without you, Impact, and like everyone. I'm gonna list
Thanks.
everyone because like I gotta like shout out to all of the people who've like been on the podcast like once or twice or however many times. You had people like Orb, Chuck, Princess Cthulhu. You had Styx, who literally was like basically a reporter in Mexico, like on our behalf, and like the fact that he said like, oh, I'm from Wartwood Gazette, like as if he was like a media organization. That's like, oh yeah, I remember those guys. Like that was just absolutely like insane. Like you had guys like Sunsfury from Australia. You had Dennis. You had Bloss, you had Borkmork from Tumblr. They never contributed to the podcast, but like they were giving feedback in the comments, which is great. You had Fall, you had Gratifying, you had King of the Uzbeks, you had Crisby, the guy who was working on Calamity Beatdown. like the fan-made game. You had Lemur, you had Venom, you had Nanopolga with his archive of all like the past like crew pictures and promotional art. You had Pickle, you had Pixels, you had Rad, you had RGU, you had Rook. You have like so many of these people. Like it's just insane. Like what we accomplished. We had Joy the Boy too. Uh, like shout out to all of them. Like this wouldn't have been
Thank
possible
you.
without all of them. Like the friends you kind of met over the years, just like truly grateful for all of you guys for like sticking around like for basically 5 years. And like even though this is kind of like officially the end of like the podcast, I think we left out a strong note, and I don't mind coming back for like an episode or two to talk about Strange Voyage, but like kind of like, or if Matt wanted to do another interview, that like that immediately like we're like we had a good run. It was, I
You do
think,
your next interview, get me in there, yo.
oh yeah, for sure, Impact. Like, this it's an end of an era, boys.
Yep.
God. Yeah, I just can't believe we lasted this long. Because you see some podcasts that kind of like they start going and then they stop, and like it's just abrupt. Like there's no like
They just did.
they just dip. Yeah,
Yeah, other
it's
people
like
don't do this thoroughly.
because I had that with like Gravity Falls and like Star Wars Supports Evil. Like I'm listening to something week to week and it just like ends, and it's like oh like. And I don't know how many people listen to this one, and I do look like there's once in a while like every day there's like one or two listens every day. So like someone's listening to something every day, which like is insane to me. Like even though the podcast is over, people are still gonna be listening to this just because I think we're the only kind of like one that's out there.
We're the only Amphibia podcast I can think of. I know there were some like one-offs,
Yeah.
but again, they kind of just dipped out.
So we're not like an official Amphibia podcast, but we are, and we're not just an Amphibia podcast, like a Amphibia podcast. We are like the Amphibia podcast, which is, I think it's like we've monopolized the market. It's, and hopefully one day like another one pops up, and if I ever see that one, I'm gonna like at some point I've listened to every Amphibia podcast thing out there. I think just because that's how like starved I was for this. But it's just, yeah, I've rambled on too much, but yeah, just thank you to everyone who's listening. Thank you to everyone who's contributed. It's been a ride. Yeah, and with that, it's time to wrap up the podcast. Say goodbye, guys.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
Goodbye, guys. See ya.